Chapter 518. This is the high level of half-step heaven domain. I didn't expect them to reach this level so quickly. As innate chaotic divine demons, even we didn't cultivate so quickly back then. This is unbelievable, Feng Xian said to the ancient god in shock. From a mortal body in a tiny middle thousand world, they became myriad divine demons in a chaotic epoch. From the first time I met them, I had an indescribable feeling. It was a very strange feeling. It was like encountering a light in the boundless darkness. It was this feeling. I didn't fight to the death with them. Instead, I chose to merge the ancient god Great Cosmos with the myriad race Great Cosmos and become a member of the new myriad god Great Cosmos. In the following years, everything I experienced proved that I made the right choice. The era that belonged to us innate chaotic divine demons had long passed. Even if we struggled at death's door like you and me, it's almost impossible for us to recover to our peak. Even normal cultivation is much more difficult than the myriad divine demons that were born in the myriad universe era. Actually, you weren't the only one who almost lost your life because of the bug race Great Cosmos. Even I was almost consigned to eternal damnation because of a mistake in cultivation. However, there will always be a chance of survival under the eternal and supreme Great Tao. They should be that chance. Otherwise, we would have been recovering our strength rapidly over the past hundreds of millions of years. The entire myriad god, Great Cosmos, would have been growing smoothly. Now, they have even annexed the eternal sky, Great Cosmos. If the three of them weren't around, can you imagine the situation today? The ancient god seemed to be talking to himself. His voice was so soft that it couldn't be heard, but it was clearly transmitted to Feng Xian's ears. Hearing the ancient god's words, Feng Xian couldn't help but fall silent. He recalled all his experiences after joining the myriad god Great Cosmos and compared it to when he was wandering alone. He suddenly felt that the ancient god's words were irrefutable. The worries and thoughts in his heart disappeared. Feng Xian's aura changed, as if he had broken some kind of shackle. He completely merged with this era, and the great Tao became clearer. Feng Xian smiled and said, "Looks like my luck is pretty good. Fine, you're right. This isn't our era after all. I didn't expect that I still couldn't see past the calamity of certain death. From now on, he would just be the heavenly emperor of the 10,000 heaven Great Cosmos. That's good too. We can follow them to conquer the myriad worlds and recover our strength. Perhaps we can even witness the birth of an eternal legend." Feng Xian paused for a moment before a mocking smile appeared on his face. "Unfortunately, I've already come to terms with it and figured it out. But some people don't know how lucky they are and still have fantasies in their hearts. Haha." Hearing this, the ancient god smiled faintly and said, "We can all feel it, so how can those three not know? Just you wait. Those who are greedy and don't know themselves will be abandoned by the great Tao." Feng Xian smiled and said, "That's true. We don't need to worry about this kind of thing. In any case, it's just a bunch of clowns." While the ancient god and Feng Xian were chatting and laughing, all the experts in the myriad sky Great Cosmos had different feelings about the breakthroughs of Yi Tianzong, Ling Xingyue and Xinyu. Yi Haoren, Yi Haoyun, and the other 9 were happy. Lord Luo, Ling Tsang, Su Heng, Yi Hen, Yuan Chu, and the others were only amazed and envious of Yi Tianzong and the other 2's speed of improvement. Other than that, they didn't have any other dark thoughts. There were also 6 experts who had once submitted to the myriad god Great Cosmos who didn't care. After all, if Yi Tianzong and the other 2 wanted to kill them, they would have already done so. Since they didn't kill them, it meant that as long as they didn't violate any taboos, they wouldn't do anything to them. There was also no need to suppress them. Therefore, the 6 of them didn't have any fear or rebellious thoughts. However, the other 28 experts had different thoughts. Some were hostile, some were angry, some were jealous, and 5 of them were filled with intense killing intent. During the process of Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue and Xinyu's breakthroughs, their primordial spirits had temporarily merged with the heavenly Tao of the myriad sky, great cosmos, allowing them to experience the various states of mind of the countless beings in the universe. Of course, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Shen Yu were also aware of the 28 experts who had different thoughts. When one's state of mind was different from one's domain, one's perspective and feelings toward a matter would be different. As the supreme heavenly emperor and empress of the myriad sky great cosmos, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu's actions were all aimed at strengthening the myriad sky great cosmos. While handling matters, they also tried their best to be fair. It was a pity that some people just weren't satisfied. They clearly had a cultivation environment and opportunities that far surpassed the other experts, but they chose to ignore them. In other words, they took Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu's actions for granted. They felt that Yi Tianzong and the other two had occupied the positions of Heavenly Emperor and Empress for too long. The reason their strength had improved so quickly was definitely because of the supreme karmic positions of the Heavenly Emperor and Empress. If Yi Tianzong and the other two gave up their positions, they would definitely not be inferior to Yi Tianzong and the other two after taking the supreme karmic positions. In fact, these ambitious people didn't know that the reason Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Shen Yu could possess 50% of the Heavenly Tao's authority was because of their contributions to the entire great cosmos. The Heavenly Tao relied heavily on the three of them and gave them 50% of the Heavenly Tao's authority. If someone else were to take the position of Heavenly Emperor, 50% of the Heavenly Tao's authority, 10% would be pretty good. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Shen Yu had already sentenced these ingrates to death in their hearts. They enjoyed the superior environment that the three of them worked so hard to create and still wanted to rebel and overthrow the three of them. They wouldn't let these people cause trouble for them. They hadn't killed them in the past because they needed to use them to deal with other enemies and reduce the obstacles for the expansion of the great cosmos. Now that the new great cosmos had been formed, the three of them had broken through to the advanced half-step heaven domain realm. Only the ancient big heaven and infernal devil origin world were left. There was no point in keeping these disloyal people alive. It was just the right time to let them use their last bit of strength. Yi Tianzong knew that in the ancient big heaven and infernal devil origin world, there were definitely gods and demons who didn't want to be controlled by the extreme Tao human emperor, the immortal beast emperor, the sky-raising witch emperor, the blood sea true demon, the reincarnation demon master, and the departed spirit demon. Since that was the case, he decided to explore the two worlds first. If the six of them could cooperate, he would join forces with the six of them to eliminate the unstable factors. If they could not work together, then the three of them would spend more effort to use the power of the heaven's expanse immortal abode to conceal themselves while the three super great worlds were fighting against each other. Then they would secretly take action to eliminate these disloyal gods and devils. To be honest, Yi Tianzong really didn't want to make a move on these gods and demons. People's hearts were different, as long as they didn't want to overthrow him. He couldn't be bothered with what they thought. On the contrary, Yi Tianzong would be very happy if he could have an outstanding and ambitious comrade. Unfortunately, the various actions of these people made Yi Tianzong and the other two have no choice but to kill them. After the great cosmos went through the revelry of the heavenly Tao feedback, it entered a peaceful period of rest. In the underworld, the mortal realm, the celestial realm, the endless starry sky, countless beings seized the time to increase their strength. The various great powers were also digesting their expanded territories. In the midst of the primal chaos, boundless realms surged and converged in the central region of the chaotic ocean before merging into the great cosmos, ancient big heaven and infernal devil origin world. While the great cosmos entered a peaceful period of cultivation, the powerhouses of the ancient big heaven and infernal devil origin world were dealing with the gathered half-step heaven domain level great cosmos. They were still unaware of the war between the eternal great cosmos and the myriad God great cosmos, as well as the fusion of the great cosmos into the great cosmos. Chapter 519. After hundreds of millions of years, the greater thousand worlds, middle thousand worlds, and minor thousand worlds in the immeasurable chaos gathered at the center of the chaos and were absorbed by the great thousand heaven cosmos, ancient heaven cosmos, and infernal devil origin world. As the endless worlds returned to their origins, the great thousand heaven cosmos, ancient heaven cosmos, and infernal devil origin world grew rapidly, and the origins of the world soared towards their peak. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Shen Yu infiltrated the ancient heaven cosmos and infernal devil origin world to investigate. They had a general understanding of the situation in the ancient heaven cosmos and infernal devil origin world. In the ancient heaven cosmos and infernal devil origin world, the extreme Tao human emperor, the immortal beast emperor, the sky raising witch emperor, the blood sea true demon, the samsara demon master, and the undead spirit demon were still in charge of the overall situation. In the ancient heaven cosmos, there were 46 celestial demons below the extreme Tao human emperor, the immortal beast emperor, and the sky raising witch emperor. In the infernal devil origin world, there were 44 celestial demons below the blood sea true demon, the samsara demon master, and the undead spirit demon. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Shen Yu had observed the extreme Tao human emperor, the immortal beast emperor, the sky raising witch emperor, the blood sea true demon, the samsara demon master, and the undead spirit demon for tens of millions of years. They realized that the extreme Tao human emperor, the sky raising witch emperor, the blood sea true demon, and the samsara demon master could be partners after observing them for hundreds of millions of years. As for the immortal beast emperor and the undead spirit demon, one was extremely xenophobic and violent, while the other was vicious and evil and had no bottom line. They could not be partners. From the extreme Tao human emperor, the sky raising witch emperor, the blood sea true demon, and the samsara demon master, they learned that once the great thousand heaven cosmos, ancient heaven cosmos, and infernal devil origin world returned to their origins, the three worlds would merge and form the central eternal immeasurable heaven cosmos. Then, the supreme heavenly Tao master, the ancient spiritual Tao master, and the boundless ninth serenity master would awaken from their eternal slumber and compete with them for the supreme karmic rank of heaven and earth. According to their understanding of supreme heaven's Tao master, eternal spirit Tao master, and boundless abyss Tao master, although they had broken free from the entanglement of the world, once they woke up from their slumber, they would at least be at the peak of the middle-level half-step heaven domain realm. They might even be at the high-level half-step heaven domain realm. After hearing this secret, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Shen Yu came to a decision with the extreme Tao human ruler and the others. The ancient great world, myriad sky great cosmos, and the infernal devil origin world could go to war, but they would not merge for the next 3 chaos epochs. They would wait until both sides made use of the opportunity of returning to the origin to reach the high-level half-step heaven domain realm before merging the 3 realms. After returning to their respective realms, the extreme Tao human ruler, the sky-raising shaman lord, the blood sea true demon, and the samsara demon master gathered all the powerhouses of the various realms that they ruled. After some wrangling, those powerhouses that didn't get along with the 4 of them were sent into the primal chaos to investigate the situation of the great cosmos of the 10,000 sky great cosmos. At the same time, Yi Tianzong also came up with a plausible excuse. In the form of a reward for heaven and earth contribution, he sent 28 disloyal experts into the chaos to investigate the situation of the Aeon Heaven and the infernal devil origin world. The extreme Tao human ruler, the sky-raising witch emperor, the blood sea true demon, and the samsara demon master, along with Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Shen Yu, killed a total of 43 gods and demons in the chaos. After this battle, More than half of the hidden dangers of the myriad sky, great cosmos were removed. The extreme Tao human ruler, the sky-raising witch emperor, the blood sea true demon, and the samsara demon master also got rid of a huge threat. Time passed by as the myriad sky, great cosmos, the ancient great world, and the infernal devil origin world continued to strengthen. The three super realms were slowly advancing towards the level of the supreme eternal sky, the central ancient great world, and the boundless abyss land. This was especially so for the myriad sky, great cosmos. Due to the existence of the universal skynet of the four realms, the heavenly Tao's transformation speed was more than double that of the ancient great world and the infernal devil origin world. The myriad sky great cosmos was growing faster than the ancient great world and the infernal devil origin world. The number of gods and demons were also greater and stronger. After Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue and Xinyu had eliminated the 28 gods and demons. The remaining gods and demons in the entire myriad sky great cosmos were even more in awe of Yi Tianzong and the other two. Without the consumption of the 28 gods and demons, the burden on the myriad sky great cosmos had lessened and a lot of luck was recovered. The demon race's Patriarch Demon Sky, Patriarch Tian Chun of the Heavenly Saints race, and Patriarch Starmark of the Star Astral race had finally broken through to the gods and demons realm after cultivating for hundreds of millions of years. The demon race, Heavenly Saints race, and Star Astral race had already submitted to Yi Tianzong when the gods and demons had continuously joined the myriad sky, great cosmos. Now, Patriarch Demon Sky, Patriarch Tian Chen, and Patriarch Starmark had finally become gods and demons after an endless amount of time. Thinking back to the endless years Ancestor Ma Tian, Ancestor Tian Chen, and Ancestor Starmark sighed. It had been too difficult to reach this step, and it had been too long. It had been so long that they had wanted to give up several times. Fortunately, with the support and encouragement of their race, they had finally broken through to the gods and demons realm. Patriarch Demon Sky, Patriarch Tian Chen, and Patriarch Starmark's breakthroughs were like shackles being unlocked. In the following trillion years, another 10 beings in the myriad sky, great cosmos, broke through to the gods and demons realm. 2 of them belonged to the Howran divine sect. The myriad sky, great cosmos, gained another 13 gods and demons realm powerhouses. The entire myriad sky, great cosmos now had 37 gods and demons realm powerhouses. Time flowed steadily. After another 10 billion years, the return to origin was finally completed. All the half-step sky domain great cosmos, great thousand worlds, medium thousand worlds, and small thousand worlds in the boundless chaos sea gathered at the center of the chaos sea. Then they merged into the myriad sky, great cosmos, ancient heaven and earth, and infernal devil origin world. The moment the return to origin was completed, the entire chaos sea trembled slightly. Boundless chaos purple chi rose up as if it was celebrating the completion of a major event. The return to origin is complete. From today onwards, the myriad sky, great cosmos will be renamed as Beyond Eternal Sky. The return to origin is complete. From today onwards, the ancient heaven and earth will be renamed as the Central Ancient World. The return to origin is complete. From today onwards, the infernal devil origin world will be renamed as the Boundless Land of Nine Remoteness. A majestic voice reverberated throughout the myriad sky, great cosmos, ancient heaven and earth, and the infernal devil origin world. Every living being understood the changes in their world. In the center of the boundless chaos sea, the beyond eternal sky, the central ancient world, and the boundless land of nine remoteness were 3 immeasurably large worlds that suppressed the center of the chaos sea. After hundreds of chaos epochs of evolution and growth, the ultimate eternal heaven, the central aeon world, and the boundless netherworld were formed by the convergence of all the heavens. They were even larger than the upper, middle, and lower realms of the central aeon world. Now the beyond eternal sky, the central ancient world, and the boundless land of nine remoteness had all reached the pinnacle of half-step heaven domains. Among them, the beyond eternal sky, which was renamed from the myriad sky great cosmos, was even larger than the central ancient world and the boundless land of nine remoteness. Once the separated supreme eternal sky, central eternal world, and boundless nine serene land merged back into the complete central eternal boundless heaven and earth. The three peak half-step heaven realms essences would complement each other. By then, the three innate Taos of heaven, earth, and man would gather, and the central eternal boundless heaven and earth would grow 10 times stronger. It would surpass the level and size of the central eternal immeasurable heaven and earth long ago, reaching the limit of half a step into the heaven realm. As long as the heaven, earth, and human Taos merged and transformed, the central eternal immeasurable heaven and earth would become the eternal chaos heaven realm. Time was so insignificant to the beyond eternal sky, the central ancient world, and the boundless land of nine remoteness that were almost indestructible. Under the influence of an immeasurable supreme power, the beyond eternal sky, the central ancient world, and the boundless land of nine remoteness were slowly moving towards the center of the three pinnacle half-step heaven domains. Although the movement speed was very slow, only a few hundred kilometers per second, it was moving all the time. This supreme power was something that even the three pinnacle half-step heaven domains heaven Tao, earth Tao, and human Tao couldn't resist. However, at this speed, it would take at least several chaos epochs for the three pinnacle half-step heaven domains to merge. Chapter 520. 1 trillion years passed, and then another trillion years passed. As the supreme eternal heaven, central ancient world, and boundless nine underworlds slowly approached each other, 3 chaos epochs had passed. After close to 39 trillion years, the 3 peak half-step heaven domain realm gods had already stepped over the threshold of high-level half-step heaven domain realm. The extreme Tao human emperor, the immortal beast emperor, the sky-raising witch emperor, the blood sea true demon, the samsara demon master, and the departed spirit demon in the central eternal world and the boundless nine serenities land had all reached the half-step heaven realm 1 trillion years ago. In the beyond eternity heavens, there were more than 40 gods and devils. 3 chaos epochs ago, Feng Xian and the Elder God had received tremendous rewards from the heavenly Tao when the all heavens returned to their origin and the transcendent eternity heaven was complete. After another 3 chaos epochs of cultivation, he finally recovered to the advanced half-step heaven domain level of the heavenly fiend god domain. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu were all advanced half-step heaven domain experts before the supreme eternal heaven returned to origin. After the supreme eternal heaven was completed, they received the boundless source of the heavenly Tao and 100 million years of Tao enlightenment. 3 chaos epochs of time was equivalent to 30 chaos epochs in the immortal mansion. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu had cultivated the 9 transformations of gods and demons to the 7th transformation, solipsism change. Their speed of Tao enlightenment had increased to 128 times. With the help of the Tao Aura Sea, the 3 of them were far ahead of the rest of the experts. Right now, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu had reached the peak of the high half-step heaven domain realm. If it wasn't for the fact that they didn't have enough power, the 3 of them would have broken through to the peak half-step heaven domain realm. Other than that, the other 35 experts in the supreme eternal heaven, including Yi Haoren, Yi Haoyun, and 10 others, had all broken through to the elementary half-step heaven domain experts in the past 3 chaos epochs. Even the weakest god fiend was equivalent to an existence from a high-grade, greater thousand world. As for the mid-tier half-step heaven domain in the beyond eternal heaven, other than Yi Tianzong, Ling Xianyu, Xinyu, Gu Shen, and Feng Xian, no one else had stepped into this realm. The strongest under the 5 of them was an early-stage peak half-step, heaven, domain, expert. Outside the vast and boundless beyond eternity sky, within the vast expanse Tao Palace and beyond zenith, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu appeared once again. Looking at the depths of the chaos, Yi Tianzong and the other two seemed to see the central everlasting world and the boundless Nine Netherland. In about 10 billion years, the three realms will meet. At that time, the transcendent eternal sky, the central eternal world, and the boundless abyssal land will merge into the central eternal boundless world. A great battle will be unavoidable. Among the three realms, the transcendent eternal sky is the strongest. If the heaven, earth, and mortal Daos merge, the other two Daos will definitely join forces and devour our heavenly Tao first. This time, we have to end the battle quickly. We have to eliminate the resistance from the central everlasting world and the boundless abyssal land as quickly as possible. We have to integrate the countless living beings of the three realms and use the uniqueness of the all-life nets above to help the heavenly Tao resist the other two Daos. Most importantly, we have to eliminate the awakened, transcendent, heavenly Tao Master, eternal spiritual Tao Master, and boundless abyssal Tao Master. Although they have broken free from the shackles of the origin of heaven and earth, as long as they are willing, they should have a final method to merge with the heaven, earth, and mortal Daos. If we want the central immeasurable heaven and earth to be promoted to the immeasurable chaotic heavenly domain, we have to kill everyone who can threaten us. Yi Tianzong's words were full of unwavering faith and determination. Experts were all conceited, and they firmly believed that their way of thinking was right. Yi Tianzong had a supreme opportunity like the immortal mansion, so he clearly knew how to create the chaotic heavenly domain. However, he knew the method, but others did not. Even if he said it, the other gods and demons might not believe him. At the level of the gods and demons, as long as they did not have a preference in their hearts, it would be difficult to change a person's mind. Therefore, in order to not waste time, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Shen Yu could only eliminate all factors that were a threat to them. They did not have the time and patience to persuade the other gods and demons to change their minds. In the last 10 billion years, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Shen Yu were doing their final checks and making preparations for the upcoming war. At the same time, they were striving to improve their strength as much as possible. The primal chaos god-slaying sword formation had been refined to an extremely powerful level by the three of them. Once the three of them worked together to control the formation, the primal chaos god-slaying sword formation would be able to kill even a peak half-step heavenly domain realm expert. Rumble, the boundless primal chaos tide, swept across the endless destructive primal chaos wolves. Endless primal chaos destructive lightning shattered the primal chaos space-time and distorted the past, present, and future. The supreme eternal sky, the central eternal world, and the immeasurable land of Nine Nether slowly merged together according to their respective positions under the boundless and supreme power. The heavenly Tao of the eternal sky, the human Tao of the eternal world, and the abyss land's underground tunnel clashed fiercely the moment the three realms merged. The destructive lightning that could penetrate the eternal space-time formed a boundless sea of lightning. Every bolt of lightning could completely destroy a peak supreme heavenly venerate. The three realms were merging bit by bit. Based on the vastness of the three realms, it would take at least 100 million years for them to completely merge. At this moment, none of the experts of the three realms fought during the merging process. The three realms were separated by an endless sea of lightning. Even the experts of the various heavens would have to suffer if they wanted to pass through it. It was not the time for a war. Everyone was waiting for the merging of the three realms. That would be the time for the real war to break out. 100 million years passed quickly in the eyes of the various heavens. The supreme eternal sky, the central eternal world, and the boundless abyss land completed the initial merging process. When the three realms completed the initial merging process, a Tao rhyme of the three Taos of heaven, earth, and man filled the boundless central eternal world. Then a violent tremor occurred within the merging three realms. The sky became infinitely higher, the earth became infinitely thicker, and the space became even more vast and sturdy. Looking from outside the primal chaos, the central eternal world, formed by the merging of the three realms, was expanding rapidly. The boundless primal chaos was swallowed up by the rapidly expanding heaven and earth. 10 million years passed, and then another 10 million years passed. The rapid expansion of the central eternal world continued for a full 1 billion years before it slowed down. However, it still continued to swallow up the primal chaos. At this point, compared to when the three realms had just merged, the central eternal world had expanded by about 10 times. It was so vast that it had completely occupied the central region of the primal chaos, which was measured in units of trillions of light years. It was difficult to describe even a 10,000th of the central eternal world size. After the expansion, the central eternal world could accommodate the cultivation of any expert of the various heavens. After the expansion was completed, everyone in the central eternal immeasurable world received the blessings of the origin of heaven and earth. Everyone received a complete qualitative upgrade from the inside out. This was a pleasant surprise. No one cared about when the war would break out. Everyone hid in their own cultivation grounds and hurriedly digested the blessings of the world this time. They also needed to quickly occupy the extra territories that had appeared due to the expansion of the heaven and earth. These were all important matters. A supreme, eternal, and indestructible will that encompassed all starting points descended upon the minds of the various heavens, gods, and devils in the central eternal world. You are not allowed to fight for an epoch. This will was incomparably vast, supreme, and ancient. It could not be defied. In front of this will, even Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu, who had almost reached the peak of the half-step heaven domain, felt like ants facing the heavens. Yes. After answering yes, this supreme, eternal, and endless will finally disappeared. The feeling of not being able to control their own life and death, the feeling of their souls almost shattering, gradually disappeared. Only the various heavens, gods, and devils were left trembling as they looked at the sky above them. Their hearts were filled with fear and unease. It should be the supreme will of the primal chaos sea. It's so that the central eternal world can have some time to recover, Yi Tianzong said to Ling Xinyue and Xinyu. Chapter 521. Isn't this perfect? It gives us time to break through. One chaos epoch is enough for us to accumulate enough power to break through to the peak of all heaven's gods. Ling Xinyue said calmly, That's right. After one chaos epoch, we'll all become the peak all heaven's gods. Who will be able to stop us? Ha ha ha. Yi Tianzong laughed heartily. Originally, after the central, eternal, immeasurable world finished expanding, the war that was about to erupt was pushed back to one chaos epoch later under the intervention of the supreme chaos Tao. After experiencing the eternal, supreme, and immortal will of the grand Tao, none of the gods and devils dared to violate the restraints of the grand Tao. All of them obediently increased their strength and comprehended the path of the grand Tao. One chaos epoch was 388 billion years. Even for the all-heavens gods that were almost indestructible, this was a relatively long period of time. During this long period of peace, the central realm of eternity, which occupied the heart of the chaos, was constantly expanding and devouring more regions of the chaos. More lands, skies, grotto heavens, heavenly materials, and earthly treasures were added to the list as the world expanded. The living space in the central, eternal, immeasurable world continued to expand, and the energy of the world became thicker and thicker. 10 billion years passed, another 10 billion years passed. One chaos epoch was 3,000 Heaven Dao epochs. After 100 Heaven Dao epochs, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu broke through to the peak of all heaven's gods after 10 billion years, which was the peak of the half-step heaven domain level. Using the immortal mansion to conceal the commotion caused by their breakthroughs, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Shenyu didn't know that they had broken through again. After the breakthrough, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Shenyu did not waste any time. They continued to enter the sea of Tao aura in the small Tao world and the immortal abode, and focused on comprehending Tao and improving their strength. One heavenly Tao epoch passed, and another heavenly Tao epoch passed. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Shenyu were able to comprehend and deduce their own great Taos at an extremely fast pace, and their cultivation levels were also increasing at a tremendous pace. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Shenyu floated in the boundless sea of Taoist rhythms. Their bodies emitted boundless immortal divine light, which illuminated the past, present, and future, and transcended the cycle of fate. As time passed, the immortal divine light that connected the past, present, and future of the three of them strengthened bit by bit, becoming even more resplendent and ancient. Step by step, the three of them advanced towards the peak of the gods and devil's realm. The river of time flowed forward as usual, and the time limit of one chaos epoch set by the great Tao was getting closer and closer. The last 10 billion years passed, and the long chaos epoch finally came to an end. In the past chaos epoch, the central eternity heaven and earth had devoured the boundless chaos, making up for the void of its origin that was caused by its sudden expansion. Now, the central eternity heaven and earth had taken half a step into the chaos heavenly domain. It could be said to be indestructible and could withstand the great battle between the gods and devils of the half-step heavenly domain level. Once the three Taos of heaven, earth, and man merged and transformed into the great Tao, the central eternity heaven and earth would become the eternal chaos heavenly domain. When the chaos epoch came to an end, the supreme great Tao will disappeared, and all the gods and devils heaved a long sigh of relief. With the great Tao will gone, the next battle would be between the beyond eternity heaven and the central eternity world and the boundless abyss. That's right, the beyond eternity heaven would fight the allied central eternity world and the boundless abyss alone. Whether it was the heavens Tao of the beyond eternity heaven, the human Tao of the central eternity world, or the earth Tao of the boundless abyss. In essence, they were the combination of the will of the living beings and the origin of the heaven and earth. Even though they didn't have an active consciousness, they had the instinct to seek advantages and avoid disadvantages. If the central eternity heaven and earth wanted to evolve into the eternal chaos heavenly domain, it would have to merge the three Taos of heaven, earth, and man. The only difference was who would be the main body after the merger. Because the beyond eternity heaven had the existence of the living beings' heavenly net, it was controlled by the will of the living beings. The speed of its evolution was much faster than the human Tao of the central eternity world and the earth Tao of the boundless abyss. Therefore, whether it was the human Tao or the earth Tao, they wouldn't be a match for the heavens Tao. Therefore, the human Tao and the earth Tao joined forces to deal with the heavens Tao. They wanted to defeat and devour the heavens Tao before deciding who was better. Once the human Tao and the earth Tao joined forces, the central eternity world and the boundless abyss also joined forces. Millions of years later, the central eternal world and the boundless abyss underworld formed an alliance, a boundless army of the two worlds, with the great monarchs as the soldiers, the ancient seeking heavenly venerables as the generals, the supreme venerables as the commanders, the perfected supreme venerables as the commanders, and the gods and demons as the kings. The war of the heavens that shook the past, present, and future erupted. There were a total of 63 celestial demons in the central eternity world and the boundless abyss, led by the extreme Tao human emperor, the immortal beast emperor, the sky-raising shaman emperor, the blood sea true demon, the reincarnation demon master, and the departed spirit demon. They worked together to open up the passageway to the beyond eternity heaven. Under the command of Yi Tianzong, the beyond eternity heaven unleashed all their strength. This was a war of life and death. If they won, the beyond eternity heaven would reign supreme and rule over the entire central eternity heaven and earth. If they lost, they would vanish into thin air or be enslaved by the central eternity world and the boundless abyss. According to the formation of the 9 heavens and 10 earths, God-slaying, devil-vanquishing grand formation, the enormous war fortresses formed 36 layers of heaven and earth formations that covered billions of light years. In these countless war fortresses, all the cultivators above myth realm were gathered in the war fortresses to provide energy for the war fortresses. Those mortals below the myth realm were all teleported to a chaotic secret realm outside of heaven and earth by Yi Tianzong and the other gods and devils with great divine abilities to avoid being affected. When the celestial demons from the central eternity world and the boundless abyss stepped into the beyond eternity, heaven, through the passageway opened up by the 63 celestial demons. They were greeted by the 9 heavens and 10 earths, God-slaying, demon, vanquishing formation. As soon as the passageway was opened, the 63 celestial demons from the 2 worlds were led into the chaotic space outside the heaven and earth by the 48 celestial demons from the beyond eternity heaven, under the lead of the 27 doppelgangers of Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue and Xinyu, 600,000 perfected supreme celestial venerables from the central eternity world and the boundless abyss. A great battle broke out between the 600,000 perfected supreme celestial venerables from the central eternity world and the boundless abyss. In the boundless primal chaos outside the immeasurable heaven and earth, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu were of one mind. They worked together to pin down 12 all-heaven divine demon experts, other than the extreme Tao human emperor, the immortal beast emperor, the sky-raising witch emperor, the blood sea true demon, the samsara demon master, and the undead spirit demon. There were 6 other powerful all-heaven divine demons who were at the mid-level half-step heaven domain realm. Ancient God and Feng Xian, who had recovered to the high-level half-step heaven domain realm, displayed the domineering aura of an innate chaotic celestial demon. They fought against 3 half-step heaven domain realm celestial demons alone and gained the upper hand in the battle. The remaining 46 celestial demons from the 2 worlds and the 43 celestial demons from the beyond eternity heaven opened up one battlefield after another in the chaotic space. In the central eternity heaven and earth, the armies from the central eternity world and the boundless abyss wanted to enter the beyond eternity heaven, but they were blocked by countless war fortresses that covered the entire galaxy. The 36 layers of 9 heavens and 10 earths, god-slaying, demon, vanquishing formation firmly blocked the passageway. Chapter 5:22. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Shenyu's strength had risen to the peak of the celestial demons. The strength of their doppelgangers had also been increasing over the years. Currently, the 3 of them had a total of 27 doppelgangers, and all of them had comprehended 2,000 types of nomological laws of heaven and earth. They were undoubtedly the strongest among all the perfected supreme heavenly venerables in the central eternity, immeasurable world. With the formation disk of the universal starry universe formation that the 3 of them had specially refined, the 27 doppelgangers were able to restrain 600 perfected supreme heavenly venerables from the eternal world and the abysmal land. The universal starry universe formation was able to absorb the power of the universe and the endless starry sky to form a small chaotic space. The small chaotic space was filled with boundless ominous aura and the power of illusion. At the same time, it had extremely powerful hallucination and killing abilities, other than the doppelgangers of Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu. All the perfected supreme heavenly venerables in the Howren celestial sect formed a team of at least 9 people. When they worked together to perform the Howren infinite yin-yang annihilation formation, they could restrain 2 times their number of enemies, other than the vast passageway leading from the central eternity world to the supreme eternal heaven. All the perfected supreme heavenly venerables were engaged in life and death battles in various parts of the supreme eternal heaven. The battle in the central eternity immeasurable world was extremely intense. In the chaotic space outside the heaven and earth, the battle between the celestial demons was also extremely tragic. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xin Yu displayed their peak half-step heaven domain realm strength to the fullest. They were fighting against 4 intermediate and advanced half-step heaven domain realm celestial demons alone. They were invincible, and their divine mightiness dominated the boundless chaotic space. Even though the extreme Tao Human Emperor, Immortal Beast Emperor, Sky-Raising Shaman Emperor, Blood Sea True Demon, Samsara Demon Master, and Departed Spirit Demon were fighting with all their might, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xin Yu still had the upper hand. They did not use the primal chaos god-slaying sword formation, nor did they use the boundless infinitum, yin-yang fusion, great Tao forbidden divine ability. The 3 of them relied on their true strength. Their lifeblood divine sword combined with the yin-yang tai chi wheel, life and death impermanence Tao, samsara sky-grinding disc, space-time collapse, and other great Tao divine abilities that they had obtained from cultivating the 9 transformations of the celestial demons. He was like an eternal and supreme indestructible fiend god that could sweep through the past, present, and future, and beat his enemies back repeatedly. Half-step heaven domain realm gods and demons. Every time they broke through, their strength would increase explosively. After Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xin Yu broke through to the peak of the celestial demons in the central eternal world and the boundless abyss land, they were not worried about losing in the war of the heavens. What they were really worried about was the unparalleled heavenly Tao Master, Eternal Spirit Tao Master, and Boundless Abyss God, who were hidden in unknown places. These 3 people could very likely directly affect the outcome of the battle between the heaven, earth, and mortal Taos. After 1,000 years of battle, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xin Yu unknowingly lured the 12 enemies together and used the primal chaos god-slaying sword formation, 10,000 heavy slash. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xin Yu did not want to waste any time, so they used the primal chaos god-slaying sword formation's strongest killing move, the unparalleled killing power that destroyed the space-time samsara, fate, and the great Tao shook the eternal primal chaos sea. The unparalleled, indestructible killing chi swept across the boundless primal chaos space-time, making all the celestial demons who were fighting feel as if their backs were being pierced. The extreme Tao Human Emperor, the Immortal Beast Emperor, the Sky-Raising Witch Emperor, the Blood Sea True Devil, the Samsara Devil Master, the Undead Ghost Devil, and the other 12 powerful gods and devils had used all of their powers and trump cards. They were trying their best to fight against the endless chaos god-slaying sword chi. As they used all their powerful trump cards, the celestial demons trapped in the sword formation continuously attacked a certain point in the sword formation space, almost breaking the seal of the sword formation. They were indeed ancient existences that had lived for hundreds of primal chaos eras. If the extreme Tao Human Emperor and the others had used all their strength and all their trump cards, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xin Yu might not have been able to suppress them so easily. Unfortunately, under the full power of the primal chaos god-slaying sword formation, the 12 celestial demons from the eternal world and the abyss land were destined to die. The 12960 billion primal chaos god-slaying sword chi gradually increased in power, and each wave of killing power was stronger than the last, drowning the 12 celestial demons. When it reached the 1,000th strike, some of the celestial demons began to die. When it reached the 3,600th strike, all the celestial demons had died. Just as the extreme Tao Human Emperor, the Immortal Beast Emperor, the Sky-Raising Shaman Emperor, the Blood Sea True Demon, the Samsara Demon Master, and the Undead Spirit Demon all died in the primal chaos god-slaying sword formation, the central eternal world and the central abyss land and the distant primal chaos, eternal immeasurable heaven and earth phenomena kept appearing. Blood-red clouds filled the sky of the 2 worlds, and sorrowful heavenly thunder resounded in the space between the 2 worlds. Blood rain poured down for 9 days. Every living being in the two worlds knew that this meant that there were celestial demons on their side that had fallen. Now that they were at war with the beyond eternal heavens, there were no signs of celestial demons dying in the beyond eternal heavens. This change greatly reduced the morale of the allied forces of the two worlds, while the morale of the beyond eternal heavens was greatly boosted. After dealing with the extreme Tao human emperor, the immortal beast emperor, and the rest of the 12 strongest celestial demons in the two worlds, Yi Tianzong and the other two entered the immortal mansion to recover their energy. After recovering to their peak state, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Shen Yu first found the celestial demons who were fighting with Yi Haoren, Yi Haoyun, and the others and worked together to quickly get rid of those enemies. Then they continued to search for other primal chaos battlefields and continued to kill the celestial demons in the central eternal world and the abyss land. In the central eternal world and the abyss land, the living beings in the central eternal world and the abyss land were incomparably terrified when they saw the blood rain falling time and time again. That was a supreme and mighty celestial fiend god. What had happened? Why were the celestial demons from the eternal world and the abyss land falling one after another, but not the celestial demons from the beyond eternal heavens? Didn't the celestial demons of the two worlds have more celestial demons than the beyond eternal heavens? How long had it been since the war started? It had only been a few hundred years. Even a great perfection, supreme, heavenly venerable, might not necessarily have a winner. On the other hand, the celestial demons had a winner in just a few hundred years. How was that possible? No matter how much the living beings in the eternal world and the abyss land could not believe it, in the next 1,000 years, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu led Yi Haoren, Yi Haoyun, and the others to search for the battlefields in the primal chaos battlefields. Then they killed all the celestial demons in the eternal world and the abyss land mercilessly, not sparing a single enemy. In the central eternal world and the abyss land, the living beings in the central eternal world and the abyss land stared blankly and hopelessly at the blood rain falling time and time again. It meant that the celestial demons had fallen one after another. Under the celestial demons falling one after another, the morale of the allied forces of the two worlds had plummeted, and they no longer had the high spirits and fighting spirit they had at the beginning. Instead, they were beaten back by the army of the beyond eternal heaven. They fought their way from the beyond eternal heaven to the space-time passageway, and from there to the central eternal world. As the last two celestial demons in the eternal world and the abyss land were killed, the vitality of the eternal world and the abyss land and the central eternal world seemed to be greatly damaged. Suddenly, countless space-time cracks appeared in the endless sky, and behind those cracks there seemed to be greater worlds collapsing and being destroyed. Countless mountains on the ground collapsed, and the blessed paradises dissipated between heaven and earth. The bottomless cracks buried countless living beings who could not escape in time. Above the vast sky of the two worlds, endless sorrowful blood rain fell, and the blood-red sky did not dissipate for a long time. The moment the celestial demons were killed, the war of the heavens between the eternal world and the abyss land ended with the victory of the beyond eternal heaven. Because it ended too quickly, the beyond eternal heaven still retained most of their strength and foundation. Next, it was time to see the battle between the heavenly Tao, the earth Tao, and the human Tao. The birth of every celestial demon required an endless amount of resources and an immeasurable amount of fate. The death of all the celestial demons in the eternal world and the abyss land caused the eternal world and the abyss land to lose an immeasurable amount of energy and fate. As a result, the earth Tao and the human Tao lost a lot of their origin energy. On the other hand, because of the victory of Yi Tianzong and the others, the heavenly Tao gained a part of the fate of the celestial demons in the other two worlds. With one reduction and one increase, the power gap between the heavenly Tao, the earth Tao, and the human Tao was reduced, and the heavenly Tao had a greater chance of winning. After returning to the central eternal world, Yi Tianzong ordered the army of the beyond eternal heaven to completely eliminate the celestial demons' inheritances in the eternal world and the abyss land. After that, the remaining forces were to be taken care of, and those that were not to be completely destroyed. After 1,000,000 years, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and the other celestial demons gathered together again to carry out the next step of the plan to weaken the Earth Tao and the Human Tao. Chapter 5:23. The plan that Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xinyu came up with to weaken the Earth Tao and the Human Tao was to build a universal Skynet in the central eternal world and the boundless land of the abyss, similar to the one in the supreme eternal heaven. The universal Skynet would be built in the central eternal world and the boundless land of the abyss. Then, the universal Skynet would be connected to the heavenly Tao of the supreme eternal heaven. This way, the cultivation system of the supreme eternal heaven would be transmitted to the other two worlds. Moreover, when the other two worlds used the universal Skynet, they would generate all kinds of strange ideas and thoughts of living beings, which would become the driving force for the heavenly Tao of the supreme eternal heaven to evolve and strengthen. At the same time, it would weaken the Earth Tao and the Human Tao to a great extent. According to this plan, as long as it lasted long enough, the heavenly Tao of the supreme eternal heaven would continue to grow stronger as it fought with the Earth Tao and the Human Tao. In the end, it would surpass the sum of the Earth Tao and the Human Tao, completely defeating the devouring Tao and transforming into a great Tao. In the following millions of years, the 48 experts of the supreme eternity heavens set up a heavenly net that covered both the central eternal world and the boundless abyss underworld. After the universal Skynet was connected to the heavenly Tao, as more and more living beings of the two worlds used the universal Skynet, the heavenly Tao of the supreme eternal heaven grew by more than 10% in a short span of 10 million years. As for the Earth Tao and the Human Tao, because the universal Skynet cut off a large amount of life, chi, and fate to feed back to the heavenly Tao, the strength of the Earth Tao and the Human Tao was greatly weakened. The War of the Heavens was a complete failure, and the experts of the supreme eternal heaven ruled the entire central eternal heaven. There were no major wars in the three worlds, and it entered a relatively stable transition period. Meanwhile, in a secret chaotic space in the central eternal immeasurable heaven and earth, three immortal and everlasting figures were gathered in a space that was 1,000,000 miles wide. The three immortal and everlasting figures. One was as lofty and noble as the vast sky, one was as mighty as the boundless land of the abyss, and one was as heavy as the abyss. If the supreme Tao human emperor, the true devil of the Blood Sea, and the primordial ancestors saw these three figures, they would definitely recognize that they were the supreme Tao master of the supreme Tao, the eternal Tao master of the supreme Tao of the abyss, and the supreme of the abyss. Beyond heaven's Tao sovereign's cold and emotionless voice resounded. It's time to make a decision. Heavenly Tao, Earth Tao, and Human Tao all rely on heaven and earth and all living beings to exist. And now, the people from the eternal heaven were using the all-beings heavenly net to extract the life force and destiny of the eternity world and the Nine Serenities land, which they fed back to the Tao of heaven. As a result, the Tao of heaven and the Tao of heaven were weakening further. If they didn't make a move soon, in less than 10 billion years, the Tao of heaven would grow strong enough to stand shoulder to shoulder with the Tao of heaven and the Tao of heaven. At that time, everything will be too late. What do you think? Hearing the words of the supreme heaven's Tao master, the ancient spirit Tao master, and the boundless abyss, Reverend, revealed a human-like expression. The three of us were born together with the immeasurable heaven and earth in the center. This immeasurable heaven and earth should be under our control. Anyone else who poses a threat to us should be eliminated. The immeasurable sovereign of the abyss said coldly. Then it's decided. Although we've already left the quintessence of the three dimensions, so long as we're willing, we can still merge with the quintessence of the three dimensions and control the three Taos of heaven, earth, and man. In the endless years to come, there will be time for us to break free from the quintessence of the three dimensions and become free beings. The ancient spirit Tao master nodded and said, "All right then, let's split up and search for the quintessence of the three dimensions." We'll merge with the quintessence of the three dimensions and control the three Taos of heaven, earth, and man. Then we'll cleanse the three dimensions. The Supreme Heaven's Tao Master frowned and said indifferently. Among the three of them, he had the most difficult task. This was because the current Supreme Eternal Heaven was different from the Supreme Eternal Heaven of the past. It would take a lot of effort to merge with the quintessence of the Supreme Eternal Heaven. You guys can't go anywhere. Just as the Supreme Heaven's Tao Master, the Ancient Spirit Tao Master, and the Boundless Abyss Reverend were about to leave the secret chaotic space, a majestic voice resounded throughout the entire chaotic space. After this voice, dozens of celestial demon auras that shook the heavens and the universe swept across the firmament. Who's there? Damn it! Under the gloomy faces of the Supreme Heaven's Tao Master, the Ancient Spirit Tao Master, and the Boundless Abyss Reverend Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, Xinyu, Gu Xin, Feng Xian, and all the other half-step celestial domain realm experts appeared in the space that was 1,000,000 miles wide. 1,000,000 miles wide chaotic space was swept across by the auras of more than 30 celestial demonic gods and demons. Instantly, a cracking sound could be heard as the space collapsed inch by inch and turned into dust. Looking at the Supreme Heaven's Tao Master, the Ancient Spirit Tao Master, and the Boundless Abyss Reverend, who had reached the peak of the half-step celestial domain realm, Yi Tianzong said, as expected of the three Supremes that were born with the quintessence of the central, eternal, immeasurable heaven and earth. It really wasn't easy to find you guys. In order to find the Supreme Heaven's Tao Master, the Ancient Spirit Tao Master, and the Boundless Abyss Reverend, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xinyu first used the Immortal Mansion's divination function. After several 100 billion years, they finally managed to deduce the approximate locations of the Supreme Heaven's Tao Master, the Ancient Spirit Tao Master, and the Boundless Abyss Reverend. However, the locations of the three of them were all scattered. In the last divination, 10 years ago, the three of them actually gathered together. This way, the divination once again confirmed the approximate location. Then, using the highest authority of the three worlds, nets above, snares below, they searched bit by bit. After careful divination, they finally narrowed down the location of the three of them. Finally, they joined forces with the other celestial demonic gods and demons. Under the concealment function of the Immortal Mansion, they used their primordial spirits of the great Tao to carefully search every corner. Finally, they found the three of them in an extremely small chaotic space hidden at the edge of the immeasurable heaven and earth. Looking at Yi Tianzong and the others who had already found them, the Supreme Heaven's Tao Master, the Ancient Spirit Tao Master, and the Boundless Abyss Reverend knew that they were in trouble and that it would not be easy to escape. Just as they were thinking about how to deal with the predicament before them, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xinyu did not have any intention of talking nonsense with them. They directly used the primal chaos god-slaying sword formation. By the time the Supreme Heaven's Tao Master, the Ancient Spirit Tao Master, and the Boundless Abyss Reverend sensed that something was wrong and wanted to attack, the three of them were already surrounded by the primal chaos god-slaying sword formation. With a single step, they crossed an endless distance of light years. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xinyu directly controlled the primal chaos god-slaying sword formation to a place far away from the immeasurable heaven and earth. Then they immediately used the strongest killing move of the primal chaos god-slaying sword formation, 10,000 heavy slash. As the power of the primal chaos god-slaying sword formation gradually increased, the other celestial demonic gods and demons arrived late. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xinyu were all celestial demonic gods and demons at the pinnacle of the half-step heaven domain realm. They were one level stronger than the Supreme Heaven's Tao Master, the Ancient Spirit Tao Master, and the Boundless Abyss Reverend. Under the full control of the primal chaos god-slaying sword formation, Even if the Supreme Heavens Tao Master, the ancient Spirit Tao Master, and the boundless abyss Reverend attacked with all their might, they still could not break through the restraints of the primal chaos God-slaying sword formation. As the endless primal chaos chi was absorbed, the area covered by the primal chaos God-slaying sword formation became wider and wider. Its power also became stronger and stronger. Every time there was 12,960 billion primal chaos God-slaying sword chi, the ancient Spirit Tao Master, and the boundless abyss Reverend found it harder and harder to deal with it. At the moment of life and death, the Supreme Heavens Tao Master, the ancient Spirit Tao Master, and the boundless abyss Reverend threw away their dignity in order to save their lives. They loudly expressed their allegiance to Yi Tianzong, hoping that Yi Tianzong and the other two would show mercy. However, Yi Tianzong was not interested in their allegiance. Knowing that the three of them were a hidden danger, Yi Tianzong would not be so stupid as to give them a chance to rebel in the future. After hardening their hearts, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Shen Yu focused on activating the primal chaos God-slaying sword formation. After persevering until the 5,000 slash, the Supreme Heavens Tao Master, the ancient Spirit Tao Master, and the boundless abyss Reverend finally dissipated unwillingly in the primal chaos space. Originally, after reaching the celestial demonic god realm and comprehending their own great Tao, their true spirit would be placed in the primal chaos space. Even if they died, they would be resurrected due to certain circumstances in the endless years to come. However, the primal chaos god-slaying sword formation was called the primal chaos god-slaying sword formation because when the primal chaos god-slaying sword formation killed the celestial demonic gods, it would follow the great Tao of karma and fate to destroy the true spirit placed in the primal chaos space. Chapter 5:24. After being killed by the chaotic god-slaying sword formation, there was no chance of resurrection. Wu Shuang Heavenly Tao Master, Ionic Spiritual Tao Master, and Boundless Abysmal Elder had completely disappeared from the chaotic river of time. Sensing the unparalleled killing power of the primal chaos god-slaying sword formation, the other gods and demons spectating from the sidelines felt even more fear and respect for Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Shen Yu. After completely eliminating the Wu Shuang Heavenly Holy Man, the Ionic Spiritual Holy Man, and the Boundless Ninth Serenity Holy Man, Yi Tianzong was finally relieved of one of his worries. Without the three of them causing trouble, the Heavenly Tao would continue to grow stronger, and the outcome of swallowing the Earth Tao and the Human Tao would be unchangeable. From then on, the central immeasurable realm would be upgraded to the eternal chaos heavenly domain. All that was left was to survive the final evil spirit tribulation. The nihility evil spirits were actually devouring Tao evil spirits. Whenever a chaos heavenly domain was about to be born in the chaos ocean, a devouring Tao evil spirit would come to stop it. This seemed to be a convention in the boundless chaos. According to the inheritance Yi Tianzong had obtained from the boundless immortal abode, the Chaos Sea that had not been promoted to a Chaos Heavenly Domain could only have one chance to give birth to a Chaos Heavenly Domain in each Chaos Reincarnation Tribulation. However, the birth of any Chaos Heavenly Domain was never smooth sailing. At the final critical moment of upgrading to the Chaos Heavenly Domain, the devouring Tao evil spirits would attack from the void. As long as the Chaos Celestial Domain survived the million-year assault of the Tao devouring evil spirit, it would successfully advance. On the other hand, if one failed to survive the devouring Tao evil spirit's onslaught for 1,000,000 years and failed to ascend to the primal chaos heavenly domain, 30% of the primal chaos sea's origin energy would be devoured by the devouring Tao evil spirit. 30% of the Chaos Sea's essence had been devoured by the devouring Tao evil spirit, and the Chaos Heavenly Realm was no longer strong enough to be born. It would take at least 300 Chaos reincarnations to slowly recover the lost essence. Therefore, the heavenly Tao of the central eternal boundless heaven and earth couldn't immediately transform into the great Tao of chaos after devouring the Tao of earth and human Tao. The best course of action would be to slowly transform while devouring primal chaos to strengthen the foundation and quintessence of the boundless realm. That would give the boundless realm more time to produce more gods and devils to prepare for the future invasion of the Tao-devouring wraith. In the Chaos Ocean, where Yi Tianzong was located, 1,395 chaos epochs had already passed. There was still 1,605 chaos epochs before the end of the Great Tao Epoch. There was still plenty of time. Yi Tianzong and the others returned to the central eternity immeasurable heaven and earth after wiping out the Wushu heavenly Tao Master, the Yonic spiritual Tao Master, and the boundless Ninth Serenity Reverend. As they focused on comprehending the Great Tao, they waited quietly for the fusion of the heaven, earth, and man Tao. 10 billion years passed in the blink of an eye. With the existence of the nets above, snares below, the heavenly Tao grew stronger at an unprecedented rate, while the earth Tao and human Tao continued to weaken. With this, the heavenly Tao was already on par with the Tao of Tao and the human Tao. After another 50 billion years, the heavenly Tao finally defeated and devoured the earth Tao and the human Tao, bringing the central eternity world and the boundless ninth serenity under its control. The heavenly Tao took complete control of the three realms and became the only supreme collective body of all living beings in the central eternity, immeasurable heaven. As the heavenly Tao became the only supreme existence that ruled the central eternity, immeasurable heaven, the central eternity world, and the boundless ninth serenity gradually merged under the guidance and planning of Yi Tianzong. According to Yi Tianzong's plan, the central eternity immeasurable heaven would still be divided into the central eternity world, the central eternity world, and the boundless ninth serenity. However, the central eternity world would form an endless starry sky with countless stars surrounding the central eternity continent. Among the countless stars that surrounded the Aeon continent, there were countless beings that lived there. In the central eternity immeasurable heaven and earth, after the three realms merged, Yi Tianzong divided the cultivation levels into 5 realms: the 10th heaven of the mortal realm, the 9th heaven of the longevity realm, the 9th heaven of the supreme realm, the 10th heaven of the perfection realm, and the celestial demon realm. The 9th heaven of the longevity realm was equivalent to the 1st heaven of the myth realm, to the peak of the ancient celestial realm. The 9th heaven of the supreme celestial realm was equivalent to the 9 steps of the supreme celestial realm. The 10th heaven of the perfection realm was to divide the laws comprehended by the supreme celestial realm into 10 levels. Every time the supreme celestial realm comprehended 100 laws of heaven and earth, the supreme celestial realm would break through to the next level. To put it simply, if the supreme celestial realm comprehended 80 laws of heaven and earth, it would be the 1st heaven of the perfection realm. If the supreme celestial realm comprehended 150 laws of heaven and earth, it would be the 2nd heaven of the perfection realm, and so on. Only when the supreme celestial realm comprehended more than 1,000 laws of heaven and earth would one have the potential and foundation to break through to the celestial demon realm. Among the endless stars in the central eternity world, the supreme celestial realm was the 10th heaven of the supreme celestial realm. After breaking through the 10th heaven of the supreme celestial realm, one would break through the shackles of the star world and ascend to the central eternity continent. The limit of the central eternity continent was the 1st heaven of the supreme celestial realm, which was the 1st step of the supreme celestial realm. After reaching the 1st heaven of the supreme celestial realm, according to the rules set by Yi Tianzong, one could not continue to break through in the central eternity world. If one wanted to continue breaking through, one could only ascend to the supreme celestial realm, other than the central eternity world. The supreme celestial realm would be the strongest realm in the entire central eternity, immeasurable heaven and earth. The immeasurable land of the abyss was the netherworld reincarnation realm of the entire central eternity, immeasurable heaven and earth. Yi Tianzong would send himself, Ling Xinyue, and Shen Yu's clones to guard the immeasurable land of the abyss. After spending a total of 10 billion years, Yi Tianzong's plan for the three realms was finally completed, and the laws and order of the world were re-established. Yi Tianzong and the others also reorganized their respective supreme celestial realms. The supreme celestial realm of the supreme celestial realm, which ruled over the central eternity immeasurable heaven and earth, was established here. The supreme celestial realm of the supreme celestial realm ruled over the three realms of the boundless universe and countless living beings. Yi Tianzong was the supreme celestial emperor of the boundless universe. Ling Xinyue was the supreme celestial empress of the new moon, and Shen Yu was the supreme celestial empress of the boundless universe. The three of them were the supreme celestial emperor of the boundless universe and the empress of the boundless universe. They were the most supreme positions under the heavenly Tao of the central eternity, immeasurable heaven and earth. As long as a living being sat on the supreme celestial emperor of the boundless universe, or the empress of the boundless universe, they would immediately possess 10% of the power of the heavenly Tao. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Shen Yu had always been the most powerful and had contributed the most. Thus, they were directly bestowed with 50% of the heavenly Tao's power of the heavenly Tao. This was 50% of the heavenly gods of the central eternal heaven and earth, not just 50% of the heavenly gods of the beyond eternal heaven. Once they used this 50% of the heavenly gods, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Shen Yu would be able to easily suppress and annihilate any gods or devils. Besides the three of them, Gu Xin, Feng Xian, Ling Tsang, Luo Zhu, Su Heng, and the other 45 experts of the various heavens had been infected by Yi Tianzong. Among them, Yi Tianzong conferred the title of Eternal Supreme, Celestial Emperor karmic title to all the gods and devils who had reached the half-step heaven domain realm. Yi Tianzong conferred the title of Eternal Celestial Monarch karmic title to all the gods and devils who had not reached the half-step heaven domain realm. Below the Celestial Lord of the Universe karmic rank were the Celestial Immortal Prime, Sovereign karmic rank, the Celestial Cycle Immortal God karmic rank, the Celestial Cycle Immortal God karmic rank, the Celestial Cycle Immortal God karmic rank, and so on. In the next 1,600 plus chaos epochs, the central eternal heaven and earth would slowly build up their strength and foundation, and strive to successfully ascend to the chaos heavenly domain realm in one fell swoop. In order to stimulate the potential and fighting spirit of the countless living beings of the central eternal heaven and earth to the greatest extent, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Shen Yu discussed with the other gods and devils of the various heavens and decided to hold a prodigy God investiture tournament in the central eternal world every 1 million years to reward the outstanding prodigies of the central eternal world. At the same time, the experts of the beyond eternal heaven could also directly choose these prodigies as their disciples. Chapter 5:25. The long river of time flowed slowly as the central immeasurable heaven and earth continued to move forward. Over the long years, Yi Tianzong gradually spread some of the inheritances that he had obtained from the immortal mansion, except for the core ones, to the entire immeasurable heaven and earth through the reward system of the heavenly court and the channels of the Howran celestial sect. With the universal nets above, snares below, the cultivation civilization of the entire central immeasurable heaven and earth took a huge leap forward and brought forth new things. Every day there were countless new inventions, new mystiques, new formations, new elixir recipes and elixir refinement methods, superior weapon refinement methods, new cultivation techniques, and so on. Countless intense and resplendent spiritual lights burst forth, giving birth to countless achievements of civilization and making the entire immeasurable heaven and earth even more powerful. After hundreds of billions of years, after a long period of accumulation and precipitation, the first battle fortress comparable to a perfected first stage, supreme, heavenly venerate was born in the Howran celestial sect of the beyond eternity heaven. This battle fortress, comparable to a perfected first stage, supreme, heavenly venerate, was named the Supreme Battle Fortress. According to the classification of the perfected 10 stages, supreme, heavenly venerate, the Supreme Battle Fortress was also divided into 10 grades. The birth of the first Supreme Battle Fortress seemed to have triggered an explosion of civilization in the entire beyond eternity heaven. In the hundreds of millions of years that followed, countless battleships, fortresses, battle armors, puppets, and other war weapons comparable to a perfected first stage, supreme, heavenly venerate appeared one after another. At the same time, formations, elixirs, and standard weapons of the perfected first stage, supreme, heavenly venerate level appeared one after another. The strength and civilization of the entire beyond eternity heaven and earth advanced by leaps and bounds in the short span of 100 billion years. Even the entire immeasurable heaven and earth was rapidly devouring the endless chaos. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, Shenyu, the ancient god, Feng Xian, and other top experts of the immeasurable heaven and earth would harvest the consciousness and spiritual lights of the countless living beings in the universe through the universal nets above, snares below, every 10 billion years. With the help of the consciousness and spiritual lights of the immeasurable heaven and earth, the immeasurable heaven and earth's great Tao, comprehended by the immeasurable heaven and earth, were rapidly improving their strength. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Shenyu not only had the sea of Taoist rhymes in the immortal mansion, but they also had the consciousness and spiritual lights of the immeasurable heaven. His cultivation speed was simply too fast, and he couldn't stop at all. He could travel 10,000 miles in a day and reach the peak of the all heavens God-fiend realm. The immeasurable heaven and earth, the central immeasurable heaven and earth, immeasurable heaven and earth, earth, immeasurable heaven and earth, and immeasurable heaven and earth, and earth, and immeasurable heaven and earth, and immeasurable heaven and earth, and immeasurable earth, and earth, and earth, and earth, and heaven and earth, immeasurable heaven. Over the course of 50 chaos eras, the supreme war fortresses, puppets, battleships, and other war weapons in beyond eternity heaven had been developed by countless geniuses to the level of a perfected fifth stage, supreme, heavenly venerate. However, after reaching this level, it was as if there was a restriction in the unseen world that prevented them from continuing to develop even more powerful war weapons. The civilization of the beyond eternity heavens entered a period of steady accumulation and perfection. However, the number of perfected supreme, heavenly venerate cultivators was constantly increasing. Even 16 celestial demons had been born in the past 50 chaos eras. The number of gods and devils in the beyond eternity heavens had increased to 64. The two innate chaos gods, Ancient God and Feng Xian, had already recovered to the peak of the heavenly deities. Their strength was even stronger than when they were in their prime. During these 50 chaos epochs, two other connate chaos gods who had survived the calamity of certain death had joined the central eternity. The next two innate chaos gods were Void Mia, who inherited the space Tao, and Xian Ping, who inherited the balance Tao. However, when these two innate chaos god demons first arrived in the central eternal boundless heaven and earth, they were rather miserable and arrogant. When Void Mia and Xian Ping followed the guidance of the unseen world and arrived in the central eternal boundless heaven, their strength was only at the pinnacle of the great thousand realm. Sensing that their opportunity was in this boundless heaven and earth, Void Mia and Xian Ping's first reaction was to occupy this vast heaven and earth. However, they were only arrogant for a few minutes before they were beaten up badly by the alarmed gods of the beyond eternity heavens. If it weren't for the fact that Ancient God and Feng Xian weren't in seclusion and happened to sense Void Mia and Xian Ping's presence, they would have been killed by the other 6 half-step heaven domain gods. After finally meeting 2 of their own kind, Ancient God and Feng Xian naturally didn't want Void Mia and Xian Ping to die just like that. After paying a price and personally taking the blame for Void Mia and Xian Ping, Yi Tianzong agreed to let Void Mia and Xian Ping joined the central eternal, boundless heaven and earth. After truly understanding the strength of the central eternal, boundless heaven and earth, Void Mia and Xian Ping became completely obedient and couldn't help but feel relieved. Fortunately, they trespassed into another innate chaos god's dojo, and ancient god and Feng Xian could take care of them. If they trespassed into Heavenly Emperor's dojo and provoked them, even ancient god and Feng Xian wouldn't dare to stand up for them. After personally experiencing Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Shen Yu's boundless divine aura, Void Mia and Xian Ping were extremely shocked. They could faintly feel the strength of Yi Tianzong and the other two. Even the strongest existences in the innate chaos god-demon era couldn't compare to them. After suffering a series of setbacks, Void Mia and Xian Ping, who had put down their pride as innate chaos gods, quickly recovered their strength with the help of ancient god and Feng Xian, feeling their source of origin and strength recovering, and comparing it to their previous experience of wandering. Kong Mia and Xian Ping felt like crying. Other than the ancient god and Feng Xian who had recovered to their peak, Ling Song, Lord Luo, Su Hen, Yi Hen, Yuan Chu, and the other low-level half-step heaven domain gods had all broken through to the middle-level half-step heaven domain realm after 50 chaos epochs of accelerated cultivation. There were 14 gods below half-step heaven domain level, and the weakest was at the high-level Great Thousand level. Yi Haoren, Yi Haoyun, Su Mingxin, Zi Yinxian, and the others all reached the pinnacle of elementary half-step heaven domain level. At most, in 3 chaos epochs, they would break through to intermediate half-step heaven domain level. Of course, the ones who improved the most were Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu. After 50 chaos epochs of time, Yi Tianzong and the other two grew from mortals to supreme emperors who unified the central eternal immeasurable heaven and earth. After such a long time, their great Tao attainment and strength had long reached the pinnacle of all heaven's gods. They even showed signs of surpassing the limits of all heaven's gods. The next realm after all heaven's gods was Tao Evolver Realm. Perfected supreme, heavenly venerables comprehended enough laws and principles of heaven and earth, and then comprehended their own great Tao. Using their own great Tao to pass the test of all heaven's supreme great Tao, they could ascend to all heaven's gods. All heaven's gods comprehended the 3,000 great Taos in the chaos, and then used them as resources to constantly deduce the process of ascending their great Tao, allowing their great Tao to grow stronger. Cultivating to the pinnacle of all heaven's gods meant perfecting one's great Tao. Next was to improve one's great Tao to an existence on par with the great Tao of chaos and ascend to Tao Evolver Realm. Tao was born from nothingness, and it represented existence and vitality. Tao evolved all tangible and intangible things, and evolved the boundless chaotic space-time of all heavens. It could also be called all heaven's eternal supreme, great Tao. Within the boundless chaotic space-time of all heavens, 129,600 chaos seas were naturally formed. Chapter 5:26. The eternal supreme great Tao of the heavens ruled over 129,600 boundless chaos seas. Every chaos sea had a unique great Tao of chaos that ruled over the chaos sea. In other words, under the heaven's eternal supreme grand Tao, there were 129,600 heavens chaos grand Tao branches. Every heaven's chaos grand Tao ruled over a boundless chaos sea and evolved 3,000 heavens chaos grand Taos. During the process of becoming a heaven's god fiend, one had to comprehend more than 1,000 heavens and earth laws to advance. Then, one would have to face the test of the heavens chaos grand Tao that ruled over the chaos sea. When Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Shen Yu became heaven's god fiends with 3,000 heavens and earth laws to advance, they had to face the test of the heavens eternal supreme grand Tao. When a heaven's god fiend advanced to the Tao Evolver Realm, their Grand Tao would advance to the level of 3,000 heavens, chaos Grand Taos. Tao Evolver realm existences could be considered almighty in the entire heavens, boundless chaos space-time. When a Tao Evolver reached the peak, they would become an existence on the same level as the boundless Chaos Sea. The Chaos Sea no longer had any restrictions on Tao Evolver realm experts. As long as they were strong enough, they could freely travel between 129,600 Chaos Seas. After becoming a Tao Evolver realm expert, the way to improve was to use their Grand Tao to evolve 3,000 Grand Taos. Finally, their Grand Tao would grow into an existence on the same level as the heavens' Chaos Grand Tao that ruled over the boundless Chaos Sea. Every Tao Evolver was equivalent to a small primal chaos, heavenly domain. A peak Tao Evolver was equivalent to a boundless primal chaos, sea, that existed eternally. If a peak Tao Evolver realm super expert didn't want to live anymore, he could willingly die and turn into a boundless chaos sea or an incomparably huge eternal heavenly domain. Now, the central heavens, boundless heaven, and earth had broken away from the half-step heavenly domain and was half a step into the chaos heavenly domain. However, the accumulation of origin and mass was not enough. It needed more time to increase its foundation and increase the certainty of surviving the devouring Tao evil spirit tribulation. Chaos epoch after chaos epoch passed. Chaos epoch after chaos epoch passed. The eternal, boundless heaven and earth at the center was constantly expanding outwards, devouring even more chaos and transforming it into a boundlessly vast territory. Another 200 chaos epochs later, the stagnant civilizations of beyond eternity, heaven once again experienced a major breakthrough. Superior and more perfect cultivation systems were developed by many powerful beings. Under the new cultivation systems, the cultivation process of each level was developed to the extreme, and the potential was brought to the extreme. With the emergence of the new cultivation system, all cultivators below the perfected supreme heavenly venerate level in the beyond eternity sky, the central eternal world, and the boundless abysmal land were greatly enhanced. As for the cultivation of the perfected supreme heavenly venerate realm, the new cultivation system wouldn't be of any use to them. At that realm, increasing one's strength depended on how much one comprehended the laws of heaven and earth. It mainly depended on one's comprehension, perseverance, and opportunities. Pure cultivation and absorption of energy could no longer increase one's strength. After the new cultivation system appeared, it led to breakthroughs in formation Tao, crafting Tao, and pill Tao in the trillions of years that followed. Supreme-level war fortresses, battleships, puppets, mechas, and other war weapons continued to advance to the level of a perfected level 8 supreme heavenly venerate in the subsequent trillions of years. There were also various Tao pills and great arrays that could increase the strength of a perfected supreme heavenly venerate. The central, eternal, immeasurable heaven and earth once again ushered in a wave of explosive growth. Perhaps it was the civilization explosion that triggered the destiny and origin of the central, eternal, immeasurable heaven and earth. But there were many celestial demons experts that hadn't been born in the past 200 chaos epochs. In the process of the civilization explosion, many celestial demons experts ascended one after another and stood at the pinnacle of the universe. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Shen Yu made use of the civilization explosions period of 200 chaos epochs and the accumulation of great Tao comprehension over a long period of time. They broke through the limits of the celestial demons and took half a step into the threshold of the Tao Evolver realm. Apart from Yi Tianzong and the other two, all the celestial demons experts also made breakthroughs in their strength during the civilization explosion. For example, Ancient God and Fengxian, who were second only to Yi Tianzong and the other two innate chaos celestial demons, raised their strength to the pinnacle of the celestial demons. After the civilization explosion that lasted for trillions of years, there were 36 new celestial demons experts in the central, eternal, immeasurable heaven and earth. The total number of celestial demons in the central, eternal, immeasurable heaven and earth reached exactly 100. After trillions of years of the civilization explosion, the central, eternal, immeasurable heaven and earth once again fell into a period of calm accumulation, waiting for the next civilization explosion. The endless chaotic river of time and space recorded everything from ancient times to the present. The years and legends that belong to the central, eternal, immeasurable heaven and earth advanced and forged in the chaotic river of time and space as usual. 1,200 chaos epochs passed just like that under the expansion of the central, eternal, immeasurable heaven and earth. At this time, the central, eternal, immeasurable heaven and earth had swallowed 1% of the boundless domain of the boundless sea of chaos. This was the limit of the central, eternal, immeasurable heaven and the limit of the heavenly Tao's control. Unless the heavenly Tao took the final step and transformed into the great Tao of chaos, the central, eternal, immeasurable heaven and earth ascended into the eternal chaos heavenly domain. It would not be able to expand any further. In the past 1,200 chaos epochs, the expansion of the central, eternal, immeasurable heaven and earth reached its limit and stopped after 1,000 chaos epochs. In the remaining 200 chaos epochs, the central, eternal, immeasurable heaven and earth absorbed the energy in the chaos and accumulated more foundation. In the 900th chaos epoch, the central, eternal, immeasurable heaven and earth welcomed the final civilization explosion. In this civilization explosion that lasted for a full 10 trillion years, a total of 120 celestial demons were born, including the previous 100 celestial demons and the 20 celestial demons that were occasionally born in the past 900 chaos epochs. The total number of celestial demons in the central, eternal, immeasurable heaven and earth reached 240. Ancient God and Feng Xian, the two innate chaos celestial demons, had broken free from their shackles and walked on their own great Taos, surpassing the limits of celestial demons and taking half a step into the Tao Evolver realm. However, the remaining half step was unlikely to be broken through in this great Tao epoch. The ancient God and Feng Xian were not discouraged. They were already satisfied with being able to take the half step. As long as there were no accidents, they would be able to enter the Tao manifestation realm in 3 great Tao epochs, which was 3 chaotic reincarnation catastrophes. Behind the 2 were Void Mia, Xian Ping, Lord Luo Lingsong, and the other celestial demons that had just broken through to the peak of the half-step heaven domain realm. Yi Haoren, Yi Haoyun, and the others slowly caught up after Yi Tianzong, taught them the celestial demon 9 transformations, supreme great Tao secret art. In the civilization explosion that lasted for 10 trillion years, they took half a step into the peak of the half-step heaven domain realm. Then, after 10 chaos epochs, they finally broke through to the peak of the celestial demon realm. The strongest 3, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu, had made further breakthroughs in their great Taos over a long period of time. They were just a little bit away from breaking through to the Tao Evolver realm. Chapter 5:27. In addition to Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, Xinyu, the ancient god, Feng Xian, and other celestial demons who had achieved breakthroughs, the supreme war weapons and beyond Eternity Sky had also achieved breakthroughs. The battle fortress, the heaven-shaking battleship, the immortal sky city, the deity battle armor, and other supreme war weapons had been upgraded to the equivalent of a perfected supreme heavenly venerate 9th step. As long as an ordinary perfected first stage supreme heavenly venerate was in charge, these supreme war weapons would be able to exert the strength of a perfected 9th stage supreme heavenly venerate. If countless of these supreme war weapons were arranged according to a powerful heaven-grade formation, they could pose a fatal threat to the gods and devils of the various heavens. This was also a method to deal with the devouring Tao evil spirit when the central, eternal, immeasurable world was upgraded to the chaotic, heavenly domain. After the last civilization explosion, Yi Tianzong gradually told the beings in the three realms about the chaotic heavenly domain, the calamities one would have to face when upgrading to the chaotic heavenly domain, as well as the various benefits one would get after upgrading to the chaotic heavenly domain. In the next 200 chaos epochs, the beings in the three realms did their best to prepare for the central eternal immeasurable world's upgrade to the chaotic heavenly domain. Every inch of the boundless space-time of the three realms was being searched by countless beings. Countless treasures of heaven and earth, materials and treasures with various functions, were found and gathered in beyond eternal sky. They were then refined by powerful, perfected supreme, heavenly venerates, and celestial demons into powerful supreme war weapons and array discs. After 200 chaos epochs, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu finally cultivated the Celestial Demon 9 transformation secret technique to the 9th level of the Celestial Demon 9 transformation secret technique, the Celestial Change. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Shenyu's speed of comprehending the 3,000 chaos great Daos had increased to 512 times. With the help of the Sea of Dao runes in the Immortal Mansion, the three of them finally stepped into the Dao evolution realm after more than 1,400 chaos epochs. Developing the Dao, evolving the 3,000 great Daos. Once you break through to the Dao Evolver realm, you'll definitely cause an unconcealable commotion in the primal chaos ocean. If you don't want to affect the central immeasurable heaven and earth's advancement to the primal chaos heavenly domain, you'll have to leave the primal chaos ocean. Yi Tianzong looked at Ling Xinyue and Xinyu. In fact, Yi Tianzong hadn't expected that they would actually break through to the Dao expansion realm before the central, eternal, immeasurable world upgraded to the primal chaos heavenly domain. However, since he had already reached the entrance to the Dao evolution realm, there was no need to continue delaying it. Breaking through naturally was the most important thing. Without reaching the Dao Evolver realm, one would not be able to escape from the Chaos Ocean, but Yi Tianzong had the Immortal Mansion, a supreme treasure that could allow him to freely travel through the boundless Chaos Ocean. As such, Yi Tianzong finally left the Chaotic Sea with Ling Xinyue and Xinyu after expending more than half of his great Dao origin energy to activate the Immortal Mansion. Within the boundless chaos of the multiverse, 129,600 chaos seas were naturally formed. In addition to these naturally formed primal chaos seas, there were also primal chaos seas and eternal heavens that had been created by almighty experts in the Tao manifestation or tribulation defiance level who had perished in the past, either because of their cultivation or because of their Tao enlightenment. If one were to view the boundless primordial chaos space-time of the heavens as an incomparably vast eternal Tao domain, then all the chaos oceans that had evolved naturally or unnaturally were equivalent to large chaos islands floating on the boundless ocean. These large chaotic islands were separated from each other by an endless amount of time and space, and there was a chaotic void separating them. These chaos voids were like the boundless chaos void. Within the chaos void, everything was chaotic and disorderly. Space-time was chaotic and the great Tao was chaotic. There was no direction, no end, and no starting point. Only after becoming a Tao Evolver Almighty could one step into the chaos void. This was because Tao Evolver Almighty could form a boundless great Tao of their own. They could evolve a region of chaos and resist the disorderly compression of the chaos void. However, for existences below the Tao Evolver realm, even God-fiend experts would have no chance of survival in the chaos void. Of course, apart from being very dangerous, the chaos void was also a place that contained countless powerful treasures. Compared to the entire chaos void, all the chaos oceans added together were less than 1% of the chaos void size. Because the chaotic void had always been chaotic and disorderly, the treasures and materials that could exist in the chaotic void were at least a grade better than the treasures and materials that were born in the chaotic void. Yi Tianzong controlled the immortal mansion to wander in the chaos void for trillions of years before finally finding a small Tao domain mystic realm that was born in the chaos void. The great Tao in the chaos void was chaotic. Due to the collision of countless great Tao forces, various Tao domain mystic realms would occasionally be born. These Tao domain mystic realms varied in size. The small ones were only a few 100 million miles in size, while the large ones were trillions of miles in size. Tao domain mystic realms were extremely sturdy and could exist in the chaos void for a long time, resisting the disorderly compression of the chaos void. There were various opportunities in the mystic realms that were extremely useful to the gods and fiend gods who could not leave the chaos ocean. According to Yi Tianzong's understanding, these Tao domain mystic realms of various sizes were actually chaos heavenly domains of various sizes. Although in terms of origin and great Tao evolution, they could not be compared to the real chaos heavenly domains. They were essentially the same. If a god and fiend gods possessed a small Tao domain mystic realm, they would be able to safely cross the chaos reincarnation calamity. After entering the small Tao domain mystic realm, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu planned to break through in this Tao domain mystic realm. When ordinary gods and fiend gods broke through to the Tao Evolver realm, they would have to undergo the test of the great Tao of chaos. When ancient god Feng Xian, Void Annihilation, and Xian Ping broke through to the Tao Evolver realm, they would have to undergo the test of the great Tao of chaos that governed the chaos ocean. However, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu were different. They had already comprehended the 3,000 great Taos in the chaos ocean. When they broke through to the Tao Evolver realm, they would have to undergo the test of the eternal supreme great Tao of chaos. There were some invisible and unknown laws in the unseen world. For example, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu, who broke through to the gods and fiend gods with the 3,000 great Tao of perfection, and used the 3,000 great Tao as resources to break through to the Tao Evolver realm. Every time they broke through a major realm, they would have to undergo the test of the eternal supreme great Tao of chaos. After spending hundreds of millions of years adjusting his state, Yi Tianzong took the lead in breaking through. A majestic power that was eternal, supreme, limitless, and without beginning or end enveloped Yi Tianzong. Although he was clearly in front of them, in the eyes of Ling Xinyue and Xinyu, Yi Tianzong was not in the same space-time as them. The distance between them was so far away that it was unreachable. Under the majestic power that surrounded Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue and Xinyu felt an inconceivable and unimaginable gap. It was like ants facing the omnipotent, eternal supreme, great Tao. Chapter 5:28. Suppressing their worry for Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue and Shen Yu quietly guarded Yi Tianzong. At the same time, they paid attention to everything happening outside this small Tao domain secret realm. Time passed little by little. In the blink of an eye, 10 billion years had passed. Yi Tianzong was still in the process of breaking through and had yet to wake up. However, compared to when he first broke through, the immortal great Tao divine light radiating from Yi Tianzong's body was becoming brighter and brighter. This indicated that Yi Tianzong's breakthrough process was going smoothly. This made Ling Xinyue and Xin Yu slightly relieve their worries. Yi Tianzong's process of breaking through to the Tao manifestation realm was still ongoing. Surrounded and separated by the power of the eternal supreme great Tao of the heavens, Ling Xinyue and Xinyu could only see the great Tao divine light radiating from Yi Tianzong's body, growing stronger bit by bit. Apart from that, they could not sense any other aura. 10 billion years passed. 10 billion years passed. Enveloped by the eternal supreme great Tao of the heavens, the immortal great Tao divine light radiating from Yi Tianzong's body became brighter and brighter. His body also became more and more transparent. The great Tao heavenly pillar in his body also bloomed with boundless brilliance. This was the sublimation of Yi Tianzong's great Tao. The great Tao heavenly pillar that supported the heavens and the universe was sublimating bit by bit. It was transforming into the great Tao divine wheel that contained the boundless charm of the great Tao and suppressed the heavens of the universe. Yi Tianzong's body seemed to have become an endless and boundless eternal world. Within this world, the creatures of the sands of the Ganges competed for the peak of immortality. Then the eternal world returned to dust and turned into a boundless sea of chaos. Within the boundless sea of chaos, endless worlds were born. Under the guidance of an inexplicable force, the endless worlds returned to their origins and once again formed an eternal world that had existed since time immemorial. After a long period of time, the eternal world once again returned to dust and formed the boundless sea of chaos. Then, after a long period of time, endless worlds once again appeared in the boundless sea of chaos. These endless worlds once again returned to their origins and gradually converged into a boundless eternal world. Eternal world, boundless chaos. Endless world, eternal world, boundless chaos. Endless world, reincarnation after reincarnation continued. Under the gazes of Ling Xingyue and Xinyu, the world formed by Yi Tianzong reincarnated 3,000 times before finally becoming a truly eternal and undying supreme true world. A mysterious divine glow of the great Tao erupted from Yi Tianzong's body, piercing through the barrier of the eternal and supreme great Tao, illuminating the eyes of Ling Xingyue and Xinyu, and illuminating the entire small Tao domain mystic realm that was hundreds of millions of miles wide. Boundless, supreme, and supreme purple chi of the great path emerged from Yi Tianzong's body and gradually filled every cell in his body. The supreme, immortal divine power of the great path spread all over Yi Tianzong's body. In the eyes of Ling Xingyue and Xinyu, they saw what seemed to be an eternal and boundless purple chi of the divine sea surging behind Yi Tianzong. After 1,000,000,000,000 years, Yi Tianzong finally completed his promotion from the all-heavens fiend god realm to the Tao evolver realm, becoming an almighty who could freely travel through the boundless chaotic space-time of the all-heavens. Because the breakthrough was carried out in the chaotic void, the eternal and supreme great Tao of the all-heavens had directly descended. Therefore, there was no whole breakthrough process, no earth-shaking, and no riots in the chaotic void. However, if the breakthrough had taken place in the chaotic sea, then the breakthrough would not have been so peaceful. As a branch of the eternal and supreme great Tao of the all-heavens chaos great Tao that ruled the chaotic sea also had its own instincts to evolve to a higher level. If Yi Tianzong, Ling Xingyue, and Xinyu had broken through in the chaotic sea, then the arrival of the eternal and supreme great Tao of the all-heavens would have happened before the birth of the primal chaos heavenly domain. It was a critical period for the transformation of the heavenly Tao and great Tao, and it was very likely that it would have caused a chain reaction that would have led to the advancement of the primal chaos heavenly domain in advance. Once the primal chaos heavenly domain was promoted, it would attract the attack of the devouring Tao evil spirit. Once it discovered that Yi Tianzong was advancing to the Tao evolver realm, the devouring Tao evil spirit would definitely produce a devouring Tao evil spirit that corresponded to the Tao evolver realm. This way, the central eternal heaven and earth would definitely fail to advance to the primal chaos heavenly domain. At the same time, Yi Tianzong would be unable to move because of the breakthrough, while Ling Xingyue and Xinyu would be unable to control the immortal mansion. The final result would be that everyone would be devoured by the devouring Tao evil spirit and would never be able to revive. Then, during the process of his breakthrough, he would be distracted and fail at the last step, and he would also perish. Either that, under the protection of the all-heavens eternal supreme great Tao, he would pass the test and successfully break through to the Tao evolver realm. However, the entire boundless primal chaos sea would be eternally silent, and there would be no other life forms besides him. It was precisely because of this special period in the Primal Chaos Sea that Yi Tianzong had decided to leave the Primal Chaos Sea and break through in the chaotic void after considering it for a long time. The all heavens, eternal supreme, great Tao power enveloping Yi Tianzong disappeared. Yi Tianzong stood up with a smile and very carefully moved his body. With a slight movement of his finger, the incomparably sturdy miniature Tao domain mystic realm, which was hundreds of millions of miles wide, actually rippled with spatial ripples. Seeing that Ling Xinyue and Shen wanted to come over, Yi Tianzong's heart moved, and the three of them disappeared from the Tao domain mystic realm and appeared in the immortal mansion. Yi Tianzong explained to Ling Xinyue and Xinyu, "Don't come over first. I just broke through to the Tao Evolver realm, and my strength has increased too much. I need to control my power, or I will hurt you." Fortunately, the space in the immortal mansion was incomparably sturdy. After 1,000,000 years, Yi Tianzong finally gradually controlled his realm and power after breaking through. If below the all-heavens god-fiends, perfected supreme, heavenly venerables were ants, then below the Tao Evolver realm, all-heavens god-fiends were also ants. Yi Tianzong could clearly feel that as long as he wanted, he could easily kill several primordial chaos god-fiends like Ancient God and Feng Xian, who had reached the half-step Tao Evolver realm with one slap. It was simply effortless. He told Ling Xinyue and Shin use some of his feelings during the breakthrough process. Then, Xinyu began the process of breaking through to the Tao Evolver realm. Shen Yu's breakthrough process was similar to Yi Tianzong's, except that they both went through 3,000 reincarnations of Eternal World, Boundless Primal Chaos, Endless World, Eternal World. Shin Yu spent 2 trillion years to complete it and finally broke through to the Tao Evolver realm. Then, Ling Xinyue also spent 2 trillion years to break through to the Tao Evolver realm. After breaking through, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Shin Yu compared with each other and finally discovered that Yi Tianzong's strength was stronger than Ling Xinyue and Shin Yu's. However, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Shin Yu didn't care about this. Being able to break through to the Tao Evolver realm and get rid of the troubles of the primal chaos, samsara cataclysm, was already the best result. If they hadn't met Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Shin, you wouldn't have been able to become god fiends no matter what, let alone reach the immortal Tao Evolver realm. The two of them were already very satisfied. After familiarizing themselves with their respective realms and powers, Yi Tianzong activated the vast expanse immortal mansion to retrieve the small precept, domain, secret realm that they were residing in. Then, the three of them directly stepped into the eternal and boundless chaotic void. Following their instincts, they returned in the direction of the chaotic sea. The three of them had advanced to the Tao Evolver realm with a foundation of 3,000 great Taos. Therefore, they were much stronger than ordinary Tao Evolvers who had advanced with the foundation of 360 great Taos. Strolling in the chaotic void, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Shen Yu chatted and laughed. Along the way, they would occasionally stop to collect some of the various treasures in the chaotic void. After advancing in the chaotic void for an entire chaos epoch, Yi Tianzong and the other two finally arrived at the edge of the primal chaos ocean. Chapter 5:29. Looking at the sea of chaos, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu took a step forward. It was as if they had passed through an invisible and mysterious enchantment. The distance of one step was like crossing two different worlds. Once again stepping into the familiar chaos sea, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu used the immortal mansion to conceal their auras, so that their auras remained at the level of half-step Tao evolutions. They quietly returned to the central, eternal, immeasurable heaven and earth that they had left for tens of billions of years. No one knew that Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu had left. In the great overarching heaven, the three of them took out some treasures and materials they had collected in the chaotic void. These treasures and materials were obviously stronger than those born in the Chaos Sea. The three of them chose some of them as refining materials and refined their respective life Tao swords. Boundless Tao sword, New Moon Tao sword, and Mystic Moon Tao sword. After Yi Tianzong and the other two had broken through to the Tao evolution's realm, the Tao runes of their respective life Tao swords had reached the Tao evolution's realm. However, their foundations were insufficient. The materials they had collected in the chaotic void could make up for this deficiency, allowing their life Tao swords to truly reach the level of power of a life Tao sword. A long chaos era passed just like that. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Shen Yu had refined their respective life Tao swords long ago. Their strength had reached the peak of what they could currently achieve. In this chaos era, Yi Tianzong had also passed the Immortal Mansion's assessment and been promoted from a high-ranking disciple to a core disciple. He was only one step away from becoming the final inheritor. In order to become the final inheritor, he had to break through to the Defiant Tribulation Realm. The Defiant Tribulation Realm was above the Tao Evolution's realm. The so-called Defiant Tribulation was actually when one reached the peak of the Tao Evolution's realm and could not advance any further. If one wanted to advance, they would have to endure the test of life and death from the Eternal Supreme Great Tao. A peak Tao evolver was equivalent to possessing the status and power of the Chaos Ocean. Once they broke through again, they would advance towards the domain of the Eternal Supreme Great Tao of the Heavens, surpassing the Chaos Ocean. In this way, it was like a living being in a world wanting to become independent and become another world. The original world's will, of course, would not allow it so easily. This was equivalent to seizing the original world's origin energy to support the living being. To the world, this would only be bad and not good. Therefore, the progress of the Defiance realm was not only the growth of the cultivator's own great way, but also the origin of the Eternal Supreme Great Way of the Heavens. This would weaken the Eternal Supreme Great Way of the Heavens. Therefore, in the process of advancing in the Defiant realm, one had to endure 13 Tao tribulations of life and death. Only by overcoming all 13 Tao tribulations would one have the opportunity to fully comprehend the true essence of the transformation between being and non-being, and become another existence on the same level as the Eternal Supreme Great Tao of the Heavens. Such an existence was called the Eternal Indestructible Primeval in the realm of the cultivators. It represented the being of the non-being, and could freely traverse the endless nothingness. If one was willing, one could evolve into a piece of the infinite chaos space-time of the heavens. It was immortal and had no past or future. The place where one was the eternal present. For existences in the Defiant Calamity realm, any Tao that came out of nothing, if they had consciousness, would be both disgusted and expectant. He hated it because every time a cultivator in the Defiant realm made a step forward, he would seize the source of endless Tao. He looked forward to it because if a cultivator in the Defiant realm really reached the eternal immortal realm, then the 2-foot Taos of the same level would complement each other and grow stronger in a short time, transforming more nothingness into Tao. Compared to the eternal nothingness, being was too little. It was as insignificant as a grain of sand compared to the entire infinite chaos space-time of the heavens. From the inheritance of the core disciples, Yi Tianzong learned more secrets about the Immortal Mansion. The Immortal Mansion was refined by a supreme mystic venerable who had reached the 13th stage of the Defiance realm in the infinite chaos space-time of the heavens. The supreme mystic venerable's life was a legend in the entire infinite chaos space-time of the heavens. He had survived 13 life and death Tao tribulations and was only short of comprehending the mystery of the transformation between being and non-being to become a great existence of the primeval. At that time, no one in the infinite chaos space-time could compare to the supreme mystic venerable. Below the supreme mystic venerable, there were only 2 ancient existences who had survived 12 life and death Tao tribulations. The immortal mansion was refined by the supreme mystic venerable when he was at his peak, using about 40% of his treasures. It was a treasure that was specially used to select his successor. Perhaps the supreme mystic venerable had realized something. Otherwise, he would not have left behind a treasure like the immortal mansion. However, no matter what the supreme mystic venerable had realized or what had happened later, Yi Tianzong did not want to know for the time being. Right now, he was still too far away from the Defiance realm. It was not an exaggeration to say that under the Defiance realm, a Tao Evolver Almighty was actually not much stronger than an ant. Therefore, the most practical thing to do now was to honestly raise his cultivation base and strength first. The inheritance of the Tao Evolver realm also contained a lot of information. There were detailed descriptions of the Tao Evolver realm by the Supreme Mystic Venerable, things to pay attention to during the cultivation process, some great Tao mystic abilities, array Tao, tools Tao, and so on. After digesting a chaos epic, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Shen Yu came out of seclusion and made all the preparations. It was time for the central, eternal, immeasurable world to advance to the primal chaos, heavenly domain. After Yi Tianzong passed down the order, the entire central, eternal, immeasurable world, which was an incomparably vast and endless behemoth, started to move rapidly. In the past 200 chaos epics, more than half of the preparations had been completed. At most, they would need another 2 chaos epics to complete all the preparations. Under the intense preparations, 2 chaos epics passed slowly, and finally, the most critical moment had arrived. On this day, the entire central, eternal, immeasurable world was filled with a tense and austere atmosphere. In the eternal world and the abysmal land, all living beings below the 8th level of the immortal grade Great Emperor realm were moved into a world created by many celestial gods and demons before being exiled into the primal chaos. All other living beings above the Great Emperor realm and below the perfected supreme heavenly venerable realm were sent into the pinnacle of the supreme war treasure. The supreme war treasure that covered the endless galaxy was deployed according to the formation of the limitless infinite reincarnation God-slaying array that Yi Tianzong had obtained from the inheritance. With a thought from Yi Tianzong, the heavenly way of the entire central, eternal, immeasurable world began its final upgrade and was completely transformed from the heavenly way to the great Tao. Due to the accumulation of a long time, the heavenly way of the immeasurable world, which was only a hair's breadth away from the great Tao of chaos, was rapidly transforming into the great Tao of chaos. As the heavenly way was undergoing its final upgrade to the great Tao of chaos, a supreme, eternal, endless, unspeakable, undetectable, and irreversible eternal power descended from an unknown space-time and extended into the primal chaos outside the central, eternal, immeasurable world. It was like an unfathomable passageway. Only Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Shen Yu, who had reached the Tao Evolver realm, could faintly sense the supremacy and terror of the great Tao of chaos, which was above reality and illusion, as well as the great Tao of chaos. In the eyes of the 3 of them, a space-time passageway with a diameter of 1 trillion miles extended from an unknown space-time. Following the appearance of this space-time passageway, a series of soundless roars came from the great Tao level before a group of almost transparent Tao-devouring evil spirits appeared from the other side of the space-time passageway. Only experts above the celestial gods could hear the roars of the Tao-devouring evil spirits from the great Tao level. Beings below the celestial gods couldn't hear or see the Tao-devouring evil spirits. Chapter 530. Excluding Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Shen Yu, the central, eternal, immeasurable heaven and earth had a total of 237 experts. There were 20 peak half-step heaven domain experts, 38 high-level half-step heaven domain experts, and 103 under half-step heaven domain. According to Yi Tianzong's observation, there were 260 devouring Tao evil spirits attacking this time, which was 20 more than the central, eternal, immeasurable heaven and earth's peak fighting force. All of them were devouring Tao evil spirits of the all heavens realm. It seems that the devouring Tao evil spirit tribulation, when advancing to the primal chaos, heavenly domain, has a pattern to follow. Their overall strength will be slightly stronger than the central, eternal, immeasurable heaven and Earth's peak fighting force. As long as we can survive 1,000,000 years, the devouring Tao evil spirit tribulation will be considered over, Yi Tianzong muttered to himself. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu didn't expose their Tao evolution's realm auras. They had been suppressing it to the point where they were just a hair away from breaking through to the Tao evolution's realm. Devouring Tao evil spirits were existences born from the Tao of destruction. They were completely condensed from the power of nothingness. Devouring and destroying were their instincts. Devouring Tao evil spirits were very difficult to kill. Once they were heavily injured, they could devour any tangible or intangible matter and energy to recover. Moreover, devouring Tao evil spirits didn't have souls or emotions. They were completely emotionless. They only knew how to destroy and devour. If one wanted to completely destroy a devouring Tao evil spirit, they had to use absolute power. Otherwise, they would only be devoured and destroyed by the devouring Tao evil spirits. However, killing the devouring Tao evil spirits wasn't without benefits. The nothingness power condensed into devouring Tao evil spirits had undergone a special transformation. Once the devouring Tao evil spirits were completely destroyed, the special nothingness power left behind would instead evolve into an extremely high-level Tao origin. Perhaps the Tao origin left behind by a mere devouring Tao evil spirit was negligible to the primal chaos heavenly domain's great Tao, but it was extremely beneficial to the newly advanced primal chaos heavenly domain's great Tao. The weakest devouring Tao evil spirits were the devouring Tao evil spirits. There were no devouring Tao evil spirits weaker than the devouring Tao evil spirits. 260 evil spirits roared as they passed through the space-time passageway and charged toward the central eternal realm. The battle erupted in an instant. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Shenyu blocked the 6 strongest Tao devouring evil spirits. These 6 Tao devouring evil spirits were on the same level as Yi Tianzong's group of 3. They were only a sliver away from breaking through to the Tao-favored realm. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Shenyu had been fighting the 6 devouring Tao evil spirits for 100 years. They had a deep understanding of how troublesome these devouring Tao evil spirits were. It existed between illusion and reality and was nearly transparent. 50% of the attacks from Yi Tianzong and the others were absorbed by the devouring Tao evil spirit. Only 50% of the attacks could cause any damage to the devouring Tao evil spirit. Even so, the devouring Tao evil spirit was able to recover by simply swallowing chaos energy. On the other hand, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Shenyu didn't dare to let the devouring Tao evil spirits attack them. Otherwise, with the characteristics of the devouring Tao evil spirits, they would be seriously injured. The 3 of them looked a little miserable under the attacks of the 6 devouring Tao evil spirits. They couldn't use their limbs and were suppressed by the 6 devouring Tao evil spirits. However, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Shenyu were still in a relatively good state. The rest of the experts fighting the devouring Tao evil spirits were even more miserable than Yi Tianzong's group. In just 100 years, 3 of them had fallen. With 3 of them dead, the gap in numbers and strength between them and the devouring Tao evil spirits was even greater. The pressure also increased. Apart from battling the gods and devils of the heavens, the remaining 20 Tao devouring evil spirits were engaged in a battle of attrition with the living beings who had formed the infinite heavens, samsara grand formation. Because Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Shenyu already knew the characteristics of the devouring Tao evil spirits and knew how to detect them from the inheritance, they had refined some profound light Tao mirrors in advance. With the profound light Tao mirrors, other cultivators below the level of gods could also detect the presence of the devouring Tao evil spirits. The infinite and limitless heavens, samsara grand formation, was a combination of trapping, killing, and binding. After the formation was formed by the endless war weapons, it possessed the supreme power to destroy the gods and demons of the heavens. After fighting the 20 devouring Tao evil spirits for 100 years, the boundless heavens and earth had used all kinds of attacks, but none of them had caused any harm to the devouring Tao evil spirits. They could only exhaust their strength to trap and bind the devouring Tao evil spirits. When Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu felt that conventional attacks were ineffective, they decisively used the primal chaos god slaying sword formation. They didn't directly expose their strength as Tao evolutions. Only 100 years had passed since 1,000,000 years had passed. If they exposed their strength too early, a Tao evolution's devouring Tao evil spirit would immediately appear at the other end of the space-time channel. At that time, it would be troublesome. The three of them didn't have the means or strength to pose a fatal threat to a Tao evolution's devouring Tao evil spirit. Primal chaos god slaying sword formation. 10,000 heavy slash, one of the strongest great Tao killing formations that Yi Tianzong and the others had mastered. The boundless primal chaos god slaying sword formation trapped the 6 devouring Tao evil spirits within. Next, the boundless chaos energy was absorbed by the chaos energy, and 12,960 billion extremely sharp sword chis drowned the 6 Tao-devouring evil spirits. The emotionless devouring Tao evil spirits stared at Yi Tianzong and the others with eyes as empty as an endless abyss, struggling within the primal chaos god slaying sword formation. No life form had ever been able to endure more than 5,000 slashes, but the 6 devouring Tao evil spirits still retained their powerful strength after 6,000 slashes. The primal chaos god slaying sword formation was pushed to the extreme. 7,000 slashes, 8,000 slashes, 9,000 slashes. The supreme killing sword Qi destroyed the primal chaos space-time, but the devouring Tao evil spirits still didn't die. After the 10,000th slash, the 6 devouring Tao evil spirits were on the verge of death. The primal chaos god slaying sword formation reincarnated. The first slash, the second slash, all the way until the 100th slash. The 6 devouring Tao evil spirits were finally annihilated. At this time, about 20% of the strength in Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu's bodies had disappeared. The 3 of them had reached the Tao Evolver realm and could easily kill a peak god fiend with a slap. This showed how difficult it was to deal with the devouring Tao evil spirits. After annihilating the 6 strongest devouring Tao evil spirits, before Yi Tianzong and the others could rest for a while, another 6 devouring Tao evil spirits appeared at the other end of the space-time channel. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Shen Yu's faces darkened. Chapter 531. Yi Tianzong said to Ling Xinyue and Xinyu with a serious expression, "It looks like this 1,000,000-year devouring path evil spirit tribulation won't be easy to get through. Every time one is destroyed, a new devouring path evil spirit will appear. In order to avoid any accidents, we should focus on delaying the devouring path evil spirit this time." Okay, got it. Ling Xinyue and Xinyu nodded. A new round of battle erupted. This time, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu still used the primal chaos god slaying sword formation. However, they did not use the 10,000 heavy slash, which could not be stopped. After trapping the 6 half-step Tao evolution realm devouring Tao evil spirits with the primal chaos god punishing sword formation, Yi Tianzong took action and lured them into the primal chaos god punishing sword formation. The entire central, eternal, immeasurable world was in the process of evolving into a chaos heavenly domain. The heavenly Tao was transforming into the great Tao of chaos and could not provide any help for the time being. 20 God-level Devour Path evil spirits were in a standoff with the infinite, limitless heavens, Samsara Grand Formation. Although the Devour Path evil spirits were difficult to deal with, they couldn't do much damage to the Grand Formation as they were trapped by the power of all living beings. Now the key was the battle between the other gods and the devouring Tao evil spirit. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Shenyu could use the primal chaos god slaying sword array to hold back the 9 Tao devouring evil spirits. As long as the other gods and devils did not cause trouble, they had a good chance of surviving the million-year Tao devouring evil spirit tribulation. What made Yi Tianzong feel somewhat fortunate was that the fiend gods on his side were all veterans of hundreds of battles, and each one of them was a supreme genius. In the beginning, when he fought the devouring Tao evil spirit, he was a little flustered due to his unfamiliarity. Later on, he finally found some of the devouring Tao evil spirit's weaknesses. They discovered that although the devouring Tao evil spirit was very difficult to deal with, it wasn't very intelligent. As a result, the fiend gods with rich battle experience naturally adopted a guerrilla tactic instead of fighting the devouring Tao evil spirit head-on. This way, even if they were at a disadvantage and might not be able to survive the million-year Tao evil spirit, they could at least delay it for a long time. No one had ever experienced such torment. The devouring path evil spirits were fearless and emotionless, only hollow and ruthless annihilation and devouring, which gave them too much pressure. Another 100 years passed. Everyone was still in a stalemate with the devouring Tao evil spirit. The entire boundless chaotic ocean was surging violently due to this battle that would decide the fate of the world. Bursts of special rhythms spread throughout the chaotic ocean. The great Tao evil like this was to Tao evil Tao like immortal, as was Imu, as heaven. It to the Yi immeasurable heaven, to Tu's to Ti, as path like this immeasurable path immortals great, like this. With the support of the will of the boundless sea of chaos, the battle against the devouring Tao evil spirit lasted for 100 years, then another 100 years, and then another 10,000 years. 10,000 years had passed, and even with the support of the will of the chaos ocean, 5 gods and devils had perished. The 5 fallen gods were all gods and devils who had ascended during the last civilization explosion. They belonged to the weakest batch among all the gods and devils. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu had no choice but to encircle the 5 Tao devouring evil spirits into the chaos god-slaying sword array. At this moment, there were already 14 devouring Tao evil spirits in the primal chaos god-slaying sword formation. In particular, there were 6 devouring Tao evil spirits that were just a step away from breaking through to the Tao Evolver realm. Without revealing their true cultivation, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu were under a lot of pressure. However, Yi Tianzong's unintentional discovery gave the 3 of them greater confidence in persevering for 1,000,000 years. This beneficial discovery was that Yi Tianzong had discovered that his spiritual power could actually cause irreversible damage to the devouring Tao evil spirits. The devouring Tao evil spirits, which were formed by the power of nothingness, could switch between real and illusory at will. They could also devour all kinds of energy to recover their damaged bodies. Any attack that hit the devouring Tao evil spirits would at most cause 50% damage to them. If the devouring Tao evil spirits completely turned into nothingness, they wouldn't even suffer 10% damage. This was also the reason why everyone had their hands tied when fighting against the devouring Tao evil spirits. However, Yi Tianzong later thought that since he couldn't hit the devouring Tao evil spirits after turning into nothingness, he would try using his illusory spiritual power. The result was a pleasant surprise for Yi Tianzong. Under the attack of his spiritual power, even the devouring Tao evil spirits in nothingness suffered great damage. Moreover, the damage was irreversible. In other words, it couldn't be recovered. With this discovery, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Shen Yu continuously used the spiritual power of the mind realm to weaken the devouring Tao evil spirits. This was how they were able to trap the 14 devouring Tao evil spirits with the chaos sword array. Yi Haoren, Yi Haoyun, and the others also learned the path of spiritual cultivation from Yi Tianzong. However, compared to Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Shen Yu, who had already reached the mind realm, Yi Haoren, Yi Haoyun, and the others had only just reached the mind realm. In any case, it was still helpful in dealing with the devouring Tao evil spirits. After receiving Yi Tianzong's reminder, Yi Haoren, Yi Haoyun, and the others also turned the tables in their battle against the devouring Tao evil spirits. With the help of spiritual power, although they couldn't defeat the devouring Tao evil spirits, they were still able to reach a stalemate with the devouring Tao evil spirits. The mind realm had a total of 9 levels. The 6th level was the mind realm. The mind mystic embryo absorbed endless mysterious energy and reached perfection, giving birth to the mind god. The mind god was undying and indestructible, transcending time and fate. As long as the mind god existed, even if it turned into ashes, it could still reconstruct its body and cultivate again. The 7th level was the mind realm. The mind god was in a mysterious space, creating a mind realm. The mind realm could give birth to countless living beings and cultivate the mind realm. The 8th level was the mind realm. The mind realm was the peak of the mind realm's growth and evolution. It interfered with reality and reflected the boundless heavens and nothingness. With a thought, it could open up a boundless area of chaos and nothingness. The mind realm's advancement was comparable to the supreme great Tao of the heavens. The 9th level was the mind realm. The mind realm used the spiritual power to transform nothingness into existence and form into nothingness. In the nothingness of nothingness, it could create something out of nothing. With a thought, the boundless heavens and chaos would be born and destroyed, existing eternally in the nothingness. There was not much of a comparison between the Tao of the heart and the Tao of the all heavens. If a comparison had to be made, then, according to Yi Tianzong's deduction, the peak of the 6th level of the spirit state was equivalent to the power of an elementary level all heavens fiend god. However, the 7th level, the mind realm, was a realm with a huge gap. It spanned from the god to the Tao evolver realm. There was also the 8th level, the Tao of the heart realm. It was beyond the defiant tribulation and indestructible primordial beginning realms. Its peak was equivalent to the supreme great Tao of the heavens. As for the 9th level, the mind realm, it was 1 level higher than the eternal, indestructible primordial realm in Yi Tianzong's imagination. With a thought, it could transform into nothingness and change according to one's heart. Chapter 532. Yi Tianzong and the other two's heart realm spiritual force was roughly equivalent to the power of a peak heavenly god fiend. With the help of spiritual power, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Shen Yu slowly weakened the 14 devouring path evil spirits and used the primal chaos god slaying sword formation to firmly trap the devouring path evil spirits. While dealing with the 14 devouring path evil spirits in the primal chaos god slaying sword formation, they also took time to help others. As time passed, the 3 of them gradually gained control of the situation in the boundless chaotic battlefield. 10,000 years passed, and then another 10,000 years passed. 100,000 years passed amidst the arduous battle. Casualties continued to appear on the central, eternal, immeasurable realm side. Another 10 of the all heavens experts had fallen. All the experts at the great emperor level and above controlled the supreme war weapons to form the limitless heavens reincarnation god slaying sword formation. But under the constant attacks of the devouring path evil spirits, large numbers of cultivators and war weapons were annihilated and devoured. All the devouring path evil spirits that killed the god-fiend experts were lured into the primal chaos god-slaying sword formation by Yi Tianzong and the other 2. The primal chaos god slaying sword formation absorbed the boundless power of primal chaos and attacked the 24 devouring path evil spirits nonstop. Every devouring path evil spirit was controlled by Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu to isolate them in a space of primal chaos sword qi. This was to prevent the devouring path evil spirits from devouring and fusing with each other. The devouring path evil spirits could devour and fuse with each other to form a stronger devouring path evil spirit. Therefore, Yi Tianzong and the other two were very cautious in isolating the devouring path evil spirits. At the same time, they constantly used spiritual power to weaken the devouring path evil spirits. The devouring path evil spirits could not recover even if they wanted to. Fortunately, the spiritual power was constantly weakening the devouring path evil spirits. Otherwise, no matter how powerful the primal chaos god slaying sword formation was, it would not be able to withstand the ravages of 24 devouring path evil spirits that could continuously recover to their peak state. Ancient God, Fengxian, Void Annihilation, and Xianping lived up to their name as innate chaos god fiends. Although they were restrained in the battle against the devouring path evil spirits, they were still able to hold their own. Apart from Yi Haoren and the others, there were the only 4 existences that were able to fight the devouring path evil spirits. The boundless, limitless, infinite heavens, samsara, grand formation, permeated with boundless chaos. It tore through time and space and distorted the entire battlefield of chaos with a power that defied the ages. The great Tao of chaos swept across the world, while all kinds of powers danced in the air. Time, space, fate, and reincarnation had long lost their meaning in the great war of chaos. Violent tides rose from the boundless chaos ocean, and the entire chaos ocean seemed to be shaking. The battle with the devouring Tao evil spirit continued. Everyone was doing their best to delay the devouring Tao evil spirit's attacks. The heavenly Tao of the central eternal heaven and earth was also transforming into the great Tao of primal chaos. 100,000 years passed, 200,000 years passed, 500,000 years passed. These 500,000 years felt so long and so difficult to everyone who was still alive. The devouring path evil spirits devoured more and more living beings and gods. After 500,000 years, more than 60 gods and demons of the central eternal heaven and earth had fallen. The number of devouring path evil spirits trapped in the primal chaos god slaying sword formation by Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu had reached 72. Fortunately, the 3 of them used their spirit force to weaken these devouring Tao evil spirits to the level of high and middle level half-step heaven domain gods, adding in their powerful forces. Otherwise, the primal chaos god punishing sword array wouldn't be able to trap 72 devouring Tao evil spirits. After 500,000 years of transformation, the heavenly Tao of the central eternal heaven and earth underwent an extremely mysterious sublimation. A boundless, vast, omnipotent, and all-encompassing eternal Tao was brewing. Another 300,000 years passed. The already vast primal chaos god-slaying sword formation had expanded dozens of times. Within the boundless primal chaos god-slaying sword formation, over 100 Tao-devouring evil spirits were roaring mercilessly as they attacked the formation. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu's expressions were grave. They could not reveal their true strength. More than 100 devouring path evil spirits were already quite strenuous for them, especially when the primal chaos god slaying sword formation's power had already been unleashed to the limit. Trapping more than 100 devouring path evil spirits was already the limit of the primal chaos god slaying sword formation. Any more, and the sword formation would be in danger of collapsing. On the other side, the infinite, limitless heavens, reincarnation, god-slaying formation had already lost too much power under the attacks of the devouring path evil spirits. Around 60% of the living beings had been completely annihilated and devoured by the devouring path evil spirits. There was no longer any chance for them to be resurrected or reincarnated. An eternal and boundless will of the Tao spread out from the center of the immeasurable heaven and earth. Boundless chaos, qi, surged towards the center of the immeasurable heaven and earth. A feeling of joy surged from the bottom of everyone's heart. At the same time, a gentle, vast, radiant, and boundless energy surged into the bodies of all the living beings, battling the devouring path evil spirits. The gentle, vast, radiant, and boundless energy erased everyone's exhaustion. Their gradually dried-up bodies were filled with vigorous energy once more. At this moment, everyone knew that the heavenly Tao had completed its transformation and ascended to the great Tao of chaos. The final barrier between the central eternal heaven and earth and the primal chaos, heavenly domain, had disappeared. The eternal, primal chaos, heavenly domain, was about to be born. A boundless, ancient aura of eternity swept through the primal chaos sea. The entire primal chaos sea's origin was cheering in joy. The appearance of the primal chaos heavenly domain meant that the primal chaos sea had broken away from its initial state and ascended to the second stage. It could expand at an even faster speed. With the support of the transformed great Tao of chaos, the confidence of all the living beings increased greatly. They continued to fight the devouring path evil spirits for 200,000 years. When the million-year devouring path evil spirit tribulation was about to end on the last day, the space-time passage extending from an unknown space-time became incomparably illusory and was about to disappear. At this moment, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu directly used the most powerful move of the primal chaos god slaying sword formation, the 10,000 heavy slash. There were a total of 116 devouring Tao evil spirits that had been weakened to mid-half-step heaven domain realm. Under the 10,000 heavy slash, no matter how they charged, they couldn't break through the seal of the primal chaos god punishing sword array. The last day passed. The million-year devouring path evil spirit tribulation was finally over. The illusory space-time had disappeared, but the devouring path evil spirits that were still fighting did not disappear. Sensing that the space-time passage had finally disappeared, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu finally had no more scruples. The supreme power of the Tao Evolver realm radiated from the three of them, immortal, boundless, and ancient auras of the same level as the great Tao of chaos instantly swept through the primal chaos sea. Everyone was stunned by the sudden eruption of Yi Tianzong and the other two. The entire primal chaos sea was shaking. Boundless divine light of the great Tao erupted, illuminating the space-time dimension. The endless river of time and space of eternity was surging. An indescribable feeling of joy and excitement filled the entire primal chaos sea. Under everyone's shocked gaze, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Shenyu displayed supreme great Tao divine abilities. Resplendent divine splendor illuminated the primal chaos sea. In less than 10 breaths of time, the devouring path evil spirits that were extremely difficult to deal with were directly suppressed by Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu with absolute power. A great Tao law of a higher level than the devouring path evil spirits formed a boundless Tao net that bound all the devouring path evil spirits that wanted to escape. No matter how the devouring path evil spirits roared, they were finally taken into the immortal mansion by Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu. Under the primal chaos god slaying sword formation, the 116 devouring path evil spirits only lasted until the 9,000 strike before they were completely annihilated. Only balls of nothingness power source were left behind by the three of them. Chapter 533. 10,000 years passed, and everyone returned to the primal chaos heavenly domain that had completed its transformation and was rapidly expanding. The mortal realm beings that had been exiled to the edge of the primal chaos heavenly domain were also found. 10,000 years later, all the experts gathered in the eternal supreme heavenly palace. At this time, there were only 123 gods and demons in the various heavens. Inside the boundless supreme heavenly palace, all the perfection supreme heavenly venerables from the eternal supreme heavenly domain, as well as the gods and demons in the various heavens, were quietly listening to Yi Tianzong's great Tao mantra. Yi Tianzong was preaching the Tao from the perfection supreme heavenly venerables to the peak gods and demons in the various heavens. He even talked about some of the mysteries of the Tao development realm. He didn't care if the others could understand him or not. In any case, his preaching of the Tao was the greatest gift to everyone. Ancient God, Feng Xian, Void Mia, and Xian Ping, the four innate chaos gods and demons, benefited the most from Yi Tianzong's preaching of the Tao, especially Ancient God and Feng Xian. They had already reached the half-step Tao development realm. With Yi Tianzong's Tao preaching, he had pointed out some of the Tao development realm's profundities. Thus, they would have a clear direction in breaking through to the Tao development realm, and they would be able to avoid many detours. The first preaching of the Tao after the birth of the primal chaos heavenly domain was of the highest standard, and the great Tao will of the entire primal chaos heavenly domain was very supportive. Origin purple qi and profound yellow source qi formed countless purple lotuses and profound yellow lotuses that filled the entire boundless supreme heavenly palace. 10,000 years passed, and Yi Tianzong's preaching of the Tao stopped. Everyone thought about it from the boundless great Tao charm, and a feeling of irritation and depression surged out. Fortunately, everyone knew where they were and what their identities were. Soon, they forced themselves to calm down and didn't dare to cause trouble. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu sat on high thrones as if they were sitting at the end of the endless space-time and great Tao. Their bodies emitted boundless great Tao divine light and all laws. Great Tao, space-time, and reincarnation revolved around the three of them, flashing with brilliant colors. The three of them were like eternal and supreme overlords of the grand Tao. They were divine, ancient, eternal, and dignified. Yi Tianzong uttered the grand Tao heavenly melody. The grand Tao has epics. Each epic is a chaos reincarnation tribulation, which is 3,000 chaos epics. One chaos epic is 3,000 heavenly Tao epics. One heavenly Tao epic is 129,060 billion years. The supreme, eternal great Tao ruled the sea of chaos. Every sea of chaos was boundless and was directly ruled by the great Tao of chaos. Every primal chaos reincarnation cataclysm is a cycle of reincarnation in the boundless primal chaos ocean. Under the reincarnation cataclysm, unless one reaches the Tao evolution realm and transcends the primal chaos ocean, everything will be destroyed and turned into primal chaos chi. Speaking of this, Yi Tianzong paused for a moment, ignoring the shocked and anxious expressions of many people, and then continued. However, there is a glimmer of hope under the eternal great Tao. In every chaotic samsara calamity, under the opportunity of the boundless chaotic sea, the origin and great Tao will evolve further and give birth to the chaotic heavenly domain, which will be free of the chaotic samsara calamity. The chaotic heavenly domain is eternal and can evolve and strengthen at a faster speed. Although the chaotic heavenly domain will have a final calamity in every great Tao epoch to balance the yin and yang of the heavenly domain and reduce the burden, the calamity is not as dangerous as 20% of the chaotic samsara calamity. Now that the chaotic heavenly domain has been formed, after 270 chaos epochs, this great Tao epoch will come to an end. At that time, the chaotic heavenly domain will completely devour the primal chaos ocean and replace it in the primal chaos void. This emperor and empress have transcended the chaotic heavenly domain and will not participate in the final epic calamity. Whether you can survive the initial calamity after the birth of the heavenly domain and enter the next great Tao epoch will depend on your own fortune. For the experts who fall in the calamity of the devouring Tao evil spirit, their sects, inheritances, and clans will be favored by the great Tao for 1,000,000 years. If you have nothing else to do, go back and do your duty. Do not disturb the order of heaven and earth. From today onwards, the Heavenly Emperor Tao Palace will not be opened unless something major happens. You may leave. With that, Yi Tianzong waved his hand slightly, and everyone, including the experts, appeared outside the Heavenly Palace in an instant before they could react. Suppressing the shock in their hearts, all the experts returned to their respective dojos one after another. As for the millions of perfected supreme heavenly venerates, they returned to their own cultivation grounds. Ancient God, Feng Xian, Voidmia, and Xianping, the 4 innate chaos god fiends, gathered together again. Ancient God said to Feng Xian and the others in shock, "It's really hard to imagine that the Heavenly Emperor and Empress broke through to the Tao Evolver realm without a sound. This is an existence on the same level as the great Tao of primal chaos. It's impossible to break through without a sound. Even when we were recovering our strength, there would be a huge commotion. It seems like they didn't break through in the primal chaos ocean. They didn't reach the Tao Evolver realm, but were able to break through the primal chaos ocean shackles. And about the devouring Tao evil spirit, primal chaos calamity, primal chaos heavenly domain, primal chaos void, supreme eternal great Tao, the Heavenly Emperor and Empress obviously know a lot. Even we innate chaos god fiends don't have any memories or inheritances. It seems like they're not simple beings born in a middle world. Xianping, who inherited the great Tao of equalization, said strangely, "Then what should we do? Are we just going to watch them surpass us?" As soon as Xianping said that, Ancient God's dojo fell silent. Ancient God, Feng Xian, and Kong Nie's expressions changed drastically. They looked at Xianping with curiosity, disdain, and estrangement. "What's wrong? Did I say something wrong?" Xianping didn't seem to notice the other three's change and continued to ask. Ancient God said solemnly, "Don't say such things in the future. The Heavenly Emperor and Empress have already reached the great Tao. They know the past, present, and future with a thought. It's not something we can speculate about. There are some things they don't care about, but we can't say them. Also, no matter who the Heavenly Emperor and Empress are, they single-handedly brought about the birth of the eternal chaotic heavenly domain. They saved us from the fate of death and allowed us to recover our strength to continue searching for the great Tao. They also pointed out the direction for us. There's no need for them to harm us. Xianping, you've gone too far. You're thinking too much." Feng Xian and Void Mia nodded, but Xianping's expression turned ugly. Seeing that Xianping still wanted to argue, Ancient God said directly, "All right, that's all for today. I'm going into seclusion to cultivate and digest what I learned from the Heavenly Emperor's lecture. You guys go back and digest it as well." Feng Xian, Void Mia, and Xianping didn't stay. They all left and disappeared from the Ancient God's place. In the vast Ancient God's place, only Ancient God's towering figure stood between the sky and the earth. He looked into the distance, quietly as if he was waiting for something. Not long after, Feng Xian and Void Mia returned to the Ancient God's place. Ancient God wasn't surprised by their arrival. "There's something wrong with Xianping. We have to be careful. Don't get too close to him in the future. His mind is too messy. Now I regret vouching for him." Feng Xian didn't beat around the bush and directly spoke his mind. "Yes, he doesn't know when to stop. If we continue to stand with him, he'll drag us down and get punished by the Heavenly Emperor sooner or later. The great Tao is in sight. I don't want to be dragged down by a villain like him." Ancient God's tone was distant and disdainful. Humph, back in the innate chaotic god-devil era, Xianping had a bad reputation. He was always scheming. If it weren't for the fact that we're the only ones left, I definitely wouldn't be with him. He doesn't know when to stop and when to stop. He can't see the situation clearly. Void Mia also spoke his thoughts coldly. Then, that's it. The great Tao is far. You've all experienced the Heavenly Emperor's power. Let's work hard from now on, Ancient God said calmly. Chapter 534. As the saying went, the sins of the heavens could be forgiven, but the sins of oneself were the hardest to bear. Ever since the birth of the eternal heaven domain, Yi Tianzong's Tao lecture, and Wushang Heavenly Palace's half-closed doors, the entire primal chaos heavenly domain's 3 realms had calmed down and entered a period of flourishing development. The boundless primal chaos heavenly domain was constantly expanding outwards, devouring even more primal chaos. As time passed, the primal chaos heavenly domain grew larger and larger, and its foundation also grew stronger. The difficulty for perfected Supreme Empyreans to break through to the all-heaven divine demon realm was also reduced. However, in the peaceful Wushang heavenly domain, Xianping, the innate chaos divine demon who inherited the great Tao of equalization, was secretly using all sorts of methods, such as coercion, enticement, slaughter, and so on, to strengthen his faction. The other gods and demons didn't notice Xianping's methods in a short period of time, but as time passed, they gradually discovered Xianping's various sinister methods. Unfortunately, although they discovered Xianping's methods and suffered losses, Xianping was very strong, and he was also apprehensive of Ancient God, Fengxian, and Voidmia. The other gods and demons couldn't do anything to Xianping, so they could only hold back their dissatisfaction and remember this debt in their hearts. Of course, Xianping also knew who he could provoke and who he couldn't. For example, Haran divine sex people, Ling Tsang, Lord Luo, Suheng, Yihen, Yuanchu, and other peak half-step heavenly domain realm gods and demons. Xianping was very careful not to provoke them, otherwise Wushang heavenly domain wouldn't be so peaceful. Ancient God Fengxian and Void Mia gathered in Ancient God's training ground again. Ancient God said with a gloomy face, "This Xianping is too presumptuous. He's using our banner to commit crimes and secretly plotting against other gods and demons. He's trying to drag us down and ruin our reputation." Fengxian said coldly, "This bastard is using us for his own benefit. I've always noticed that he's using some sinister methods, but I didn't expect him to become even worse. This emperor isn't done with him. Humph." Void Mia said directly, "Why don't the 3 of us go and find him openly and make our stance clear? It'll also clear our relationship with him, so he won't continue using us as a shield." "All right, let's go now. Since he did this without discussing it with us, we don't need to give him any face." "Humph." Ancient God and Fengxian agreed with Void Mia's idea. Ancient God, Fengxian, and Kong Mia did not hesitate. They directly went to Xianping's dojo from Ancient God's dojo. The 3 of them unleashed their powerful auras along the way, instantly sweeping through the vast expanse of heaven and earth. Their majestic auras alarmed many God-fiend experts in the chaotic, heavenly domain. Many God-fiend experts had their own guesses as they watched the trio rush toward Xianping Dojo. After staying in Xianping Dojo for around 2 hours, Ancient God, Fengxian, and Kong Mia left with unsightly expressions. Before leaving, Fengxian even smashed the outermost palace in Xianping Dojo to pieces with a slap. All of this was discovered by the God-fiend experts who were secretly observing. Immediately, everyone guessed that Ancient God, Fengxian, and Kong Mia had fallen out with Xianping. With this guess, some of the God-fiend experts that Xianping had offended in the past gathered together and headed toward Xianping Dojo aggressively. It seemed that they were going to cause trouble. 7 God-fiends, 2 high half-step heaven domain experts, and 5 mid half-step heaven domain experts wanted to get back at Xianping. The prideful Xianping naturally would not compromise. Thus, a great battle erupted in the primal chaos. In Wushang Heaven Palace, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Shen Yu looked at the light screen of the mysterious light shadow divine ability and watched the battle in the chaos with interest. Xin Yu said coldly, "There's something wrong with this Xian Ping of Balance Dao. He's been purposely hiding something. In fact, he's no weaker than Ancient God and Feng Xian." Ling Xinhua nodded and said, "I think it's best to eliminate such a scheming, connate, chaos god fiend as soon as possible so that he won't disturb the order of the world in the future." Yi Tianzong smiled and said, "Don't worry, we won't let him continue to be arrogant. If I'm not wrong, this Xian Ping must have been possessed or controlled by some great being. But with us here, he won't be able to do anything. No matter who he is, we can't let such an unstable factor go. We can't let him mess up the world." Just as the battle in the primal chaos was in full swing, a majestic and boundless Tao voice sounded in the ears of all gods. "Come to Wushang Heavenly Palace and see me." Hearing Yi Tianzong's voice, all the gods and devils trembled. Even Xian Ping and the 7 gods and devils stopped fighting. With a cold snort, all the gods dared not delay and rushed towards Wushang Heavenly Palace at the center of the chaotic heavenly domain. Seeing that everyone was here, Yi Tianzong's majestic eyes of the great path swept across all the gods and demons, making everyone feel as if they had been seen through. "I already know. Xian Ping, or rather, the person who controlled Xian Ping, shouldn't you come out and meet me?" Yi Tianzong's voice was majestic and mighty. "Emperor, I don't understand what you mean." Xian Ping's body trembled slightly. Then he looked at Yi Tianzong as if nothing had happened and responded humbly to Yi Tianzong's question. Since I said so, I naturally have confidence. Originally, the chaotic heavenly domain has been formed and there won't be any external threats for a short period of time. If you want to fight and fight for more benefits, as long as it doesn't go overboard and affect the stability of the chaotic heavenly domain, I won't care. However, you're different. You've already refined 3 gods and devils into puppets, and you've also consumed countless creatures to recover your strength. Your strength is no weaker than the ancient gods and Feng Xian's, but you've been deliberately hiding it all this time. I've been paying attention to you for a long time. You're definitely not a connate chaos god who inherited the Tao of Balance. Who are you? Don't test my patience." Hearing Yi Tianzong's words, all the gods' expressions changed drastically. They looked at Xian Ping and the people around him in shock. "Emperor, although you've become a supreme Tao Lord, you can't slander me like this. If you have something against me, just say it. Such slander is beneath your status," retorted Xian Ping gloomily. "Sigh. I knew you would refuse to admit it. Fine, then die." With that, Yi Tianzong pointed a finger at Xian Ping. It didn't have any earth-shattering momentum, but it made all the gods and devils feel a chill run down their spines. Just by watching from the sidelines, the other gods and devils felt like they couldn't move at all. It was as if that finger had severed their past, present, and future, erasing their existence from the very foundation of their being. Xian Ping was still reluctant to admit his mistake, but when Yi Tianzong's finger arrived, a strange and gloomy aura erupted from Xian Ping's body. It actually shook the frozen space-time. Then a sharp whistle resounded. Xian Ping was wrapped in the strange and gloomy aura and immediately wanted to leave Wushang Heavenly Palace. Do you think I'll let you escape from me?" Yi Tianzong's finger continued to press down on Xian Ping. Xian Ping, who tried his best to escape, couldn't escape Yi Tianzong's attack in the end. His body was touched by Yi Tianzong's finger. Like a deflated balloon, he fell from the air and fell to the ground. "Don't kill me. I know many secrets. I can tell you about a Tao domain secret realm in the chaos void. You should know how precious a Tao domain secret realm is." A sharp voice came from Xian Ping's body. Xian Ping's appearance had already changed, becoming an unfamiliar face. "I don't need your secrets. I also have a Tao domain secret realm in the chaos void. Disrupting the order of the chaotic heavenly domain is an unforgivable crime. You can die now." Yi Tianzong didn't hesitate at all. He pressed his palm down in front of everyone. Then, divine light that couldn't be looked at directly exploded. With a scream, Xian Ping's figure disappeared. After Xian Ping's figure disappeared, the aura of three gods who didn't have any abnormalities immediately became chaotic. It looked like they were about to self-destruct. Yi Tianzong calmly waved his hand. The three gods who were only at the pinnacle of the great thousand-world level were immediately annihilated, leaving no trace behind. This method made everyone's heart tremble again. Chapter 535. The Primal Chaos Sea is like an island floating in the Primal Chaos Void. When the Primal Chaos Heavenly Domain devours the boundless Primal Chaos Sea, you will know what the Primal Chaos Void is. The Grand Tao is endless, and the gods and devils are just the beginning. The Tao evolution Tao Master has only advanced a part of his journey, so you have to set your sights further. The hidden danger has been eliminated. If there is nothing else, you may leave. Yi Tianzong's awe-inspiring and ancient Tao voice resounded throughout the transcendent heavenly palace. Yes, we will take our leave. All the gods and devils left the transcendent heavenly palace and returned to their respective Tao temples. Everything that had happened today, as well as Yi Tianzong's casual display of annihilating an invincible expert, had left an indelible shock and impact on everyone. At the same time, they also understood the bottom line that Yi Tianzong had drawn for them. It was fine to fight for power and profit, as long as they didn't affect the order and stability of the primal chaos heavenly domain. Otherwise, they would be killed without question. Without someone like Xian Ping disrupting the order, the entire primal chaos heavenly domain regained its peace. All the major powers were cultivating and developing quietly, preparing to welcome the epic tribulation 260 chaos epochs later. The Immortal Mansion was a supreme immortal realm that stood above all worlds and the primal chaos void. The boundless grand Tao divine laws of the heavens were like a grand Tao net that covered the primal chaos. It was fixed in the sky above this vast immortal realm by an unimaginable method. The grand Tao divine charm pervaded the immortal realm, and countless Tao sources that contained the grand Tao divine charm drifted in the air. The pure Tao origin, which stood above the primal chaos chi, formed a mist that filled the entire immortal realm. Tao origin pools condensed from pure Tao origin could be seen everywhere and were distributed throughout the boundless immortal realm. There were also all kinds of rare treasures that were rarely seen in the primal chaos void and could be seen everywhere in the immortal realm. It was a supreme blessed land that could drive all the experts in the boundless chaos of the heavens crazy. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Shen Yu were standing in this supreme immortal realm and looking at the hazy white figure before them. So, you are considered the steward of the immortal mansion. You are in charge of everything in the mansion and maintain its normal operations? Yi Tianzong asked calmly. The hazy white figure replied, "That's right." Xian Venerate created me when he refined the immortal mansion. And Xian Venerate created. You don't have to worry about me being a threat to you. After the supreme mystic Venerate created me, he made it clear that only after finding an inheritor and obtaining the inheritor's permission would I be able to free myself from the immortal mansion and regain my freedom. I hope more than anyone that you can become the inheritor of the immortal mansion as soon as possible. In the past, Immortal Mansion has chosen too many living beings. Most of them were eliminated before the intermediate disciple stage. The rest were either eliminated again or were unlucky and died midway. In the past thousands of epochs, only 60 people were able to reach the Tao Evolver realm. You are the 61st, and also the most promising one. I have to say, compared to the previous candidates, your growth isn't the fastest, nor is your strength the strongest, but your growth is the most stable. I can't control the advancement and verification of the participants. If you hadn't created the Tao of the heart when you were weak, you would have been eliminated by the Immortal Mansion's assessment mechanism. Fortunately, you weren't eliminated in the early stages. Not only did you reach the Tao Evolver realm yourself, but you also helped your Tao companion reach the Tao Evolver realm. Only 7 people have done this in the past. However, you are more outstanding than them in that you opened up a great Tao with boundless prospects, the great Tao of the heart. Although I can't cultivate it, I can see that this is a never-ending path. You have already become a core disciple. Every 100 million years, you can come to this space to comprehend the great Tao. Time can be accumulated. I hope you don't die midway. I have been trapped in a mortal mansion for too long. Do you have anything else you want to ask? Apart from some things that only the true inheritors can know, I will tell you everything else. The hazy white light figure asked indifferently. Yi Tianzong thought for a while and said, "Not now. If I have questions in the future, I will ask you. I want to take a look at this space first. You can go do some things." "Okay, if you have anything you want to ask, just shout, 'Xianling,' in this space and I will appear. Then you can take a look. I will go take care of some other things first." After saying that, the hazy white light figure silently disappeared from this supreme immortal realm. Do you think what he said is credible? Yi Tianzong looked at Ling Xinyue and Xinyu. Maybe not completely, but part of it is true. Xinyu said, "The great Tao of the heart is our strongest reliance. No one knows the secrets of the great Tao of the heart better than we do. Possession is impossible for us. For the time being, we don't have to worry about whether that Xianling is credible or not." Ling Xinyue said, "That's right. Perhaps a mortal mansion was our reliance in the past, but now, the great Tao of the heart is our final trump card. In that case, let's take a good look at this supreme immortal realm. It's hard to imagine what kind of supreme power the supreme Xian sovereign possessed back then was to be able to create such an unimaginable space. Even a Tao evolution realm existence would advance by leaps and bounds if they were to cultivate here." Yi Tianzong sighed in admiration. Time flew by. The primal chaos heavenly domain devoured the primal chaos sea at an extremely fast speed. Every moment, a vast world appeared at the border between the primal chaos heavenly domain and the primal chaos sea. After more than 200 chaos epochs, more than 30 god-fiend experts appeared in the primal chaos heavenly domain, and more than 99% of the boundless primal chaos sea had been devoured by the primal chaos heavenly domain. When there was only one chaos epoch left before the end of the 3,000 chaos epochs, the primal chaos sea had disappeared and was replaced by a boundless primal chaos heavenly domain floating in the chaotic void. At this time, the number of god-fiends in the primal chaos heavenly domain had reached 170. Time gradually passed, and the final epic tribulation erupted in the primal chaos heavenly domain. Apart from Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Shen Yu's transcendent heavenly palace, and the headquarters of the Haran divine sect, more than 70% of the living beings in the primal chaos heavenly domain, the central eternal world, and the boundless abyss were involved in this turmoil. Even the god-fiends were no exception. This turmoil, which affected about 80% of the primal chaos heavenly domain, lasted for 10 billion years. Shocking battles broke out one after another. Mountains collapsed, the earth quaked, and the sky was on the verge of collapse. 10 billion years after the end of the epoch, the number of living beings in the chaos heavenly realm had decreased by 50%. Countless cultivators had died, and even more than 30 gods and devils had died. After 10 billion years of the epic tribulation, the primal chaos heavenly domain entered a new epoch of the great Tao. An immortal, boundless, and rebirth power permeated the boundless primal chaos heavenly domain. The lands, mountains, and grotto heavens that had been damaged by the epic wars were gradually repaired. All the cultivators who had survived the epic tribulation ushered in a cultivation frenzy that lasted for 1,000,000 years. The 3,000 great Taos manifested clearly in the perception of all living beings. There was no hindrance in comprehending them. Rapid progress was not enough to describe the smoothness of cultivation. The world returned to a long period of peace. All the forces and experts were recuperating and quietly recovering their strength. Outside the primal chaos, heavenly domain's incomparably profound and tough great Tao barrier was the extremely chaotic and dangerous chaotic void. The great Tao barrier of the primal chaos heavenly domain was constantly being eroded and attacked by the chaotic void. Occasionally, some relatively peaceful space-time turbulence would be absorbed by the great barrier and transformed into a new world and space-time. Chapter 536. At the beginning of the great Tao epoch, Yi Tianzong had gathered all the gods and devils and perfected supreme heavenly venerates above level 7 in the chaotic heavenly domain and issued an order that no large-scale battles were to take place in the chaotic heavenly domain for the next 3 chaos epochs. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Shen Yu almost never showed their faces. Apart from cultivating and comprehending the great Tao, they occasionally relaxed and browsed through the happenings in the chaotic heavenly domain through the all-being Skynet. The 3 of them were like lofty gods that had transcended the chaotic heavenly domain and existed for eternity. They silently watched everything in the chaotic heavenly domain, and no battles or disturbances could affect their state of mind. As the chaos epochs gradually passed, the great Tao will of the chaotic heavenly domain was constantly evolving to a stronger and more profound level with the help of the all-being Skynet. The great Tao barrier constantly clashed with the chaotic void and then absorbed the space-time energy and great Tao laws in the chaotic void bit by bit, constantly expanding and strengthening. With Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Shen Yu semi-retired, the chaotic heavenly domain experienced many battles and disturbances during the long chaos epochs. However, all the gods and devils remembered Yi Tianzong's words and didn't affect the general stability of the chaotic heavenly domain. In this way, as the chaotic heavenly domain continued to develop, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Shen Yu rapidly improved their cultivation and strength in the Tao development realm with the help of the supreme immortal realm in the immortal mansion. Epochs of the great path passed by one after another. The chaotic heavenly realm experienced epochs of calamities again and again. Countless experts fell, but at the same time, countless experts rose. Over the long years, the chaotic heavenly realm continued to grow, and the number of experts increased. Until 9 epochs had passed, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Shen Yu, who rarely appeared in the outside world and cultivated in seclusion, once again appeared in the eyes of all the creatures in the chaotic heavenly realm with their supreme might. Their eternal, supreme, and majestic power overrode the entire chaos. The divine light of the great path illuminated the past, present, and future. Time, reincarnation, and destiny all retreated. The great path surrounded them, making everyone once again witness the supreme power of the supreme masters of the chaotic heavenly realm, the Emperor and the Empress. Who is that? How can he be so powerful? Ignorant fool! You don't even know the Heavenly Emperor and Heavenly Empress who single-handedly created the eternal heaven domain. Why are you still alive? So this is the sovereign of the eternal heaven realm. What an incredible existence! The Heavenly Emperor and Heavenly Empress have long since transcended the chaotic heavenly realm. Even during the epic calamity, they only showed their faces for a short while. Now that they've appeared in such a high-profile manner, could it be that something big is about to happen? Heavenly Emperor, Heavenly Empress, I've finally seen you again after countless eras. I have no regrets in this life. The reappearance of the Heavenly Emperor and Heavenly Empress was a hot topic of discussion in the 3 realms of the chaotic heavenly realm. Those who didn't know the names of the Heavenly Emperor and Heavenly Empress were also aware of how mighty the Heavenly Emperor and Heavenly Empress were from the all-life nets above heavens. In the chaotic heavenly realm, a total of 643 gods, Tao evolutions, and 1,000,000 perfected heavenly venerates of the 7th level and above had gathered in Wushang Heavenly Palace. 9 great Tao epochs, 27,000 chaos epochs. How long had it been? After such a long time, the two innate chaos god fiends, Ancient God and Feng Xian, had finally stepped into the Tao evolution's realm of their dreams during the third great Tao epoch. As for the other innate chaos god fiend, Void Mia, he'd completely perished during the process of advancing to the Tao evolution's realm. Ancient God and Feng Xian had regretted this for a long time. During the long process of 9 great Tao epochs, Yi Haoren, Yi Haoyun, and the others had all successively reached the half-step Tao evolution's realm. They were the strongest experts apart from Yi, Tianzong, Feng Xian, and Ancient God. Moreover, among the 631 gods and demons present, 67 of them were from Haoren's divine sect. They were undoubtedly the strongest force in the entire chaotic heavenly realm and looked down on all heavens. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Shen Yu scanned everyone in Wushang Heavenly Palace. Regardless of whether they were perfected supreme, heavenly venerates, or gods and demons, none of them dared to look directly at Yi Tianzong, Feng Xian, and Feng Xian. When the three of them scanned them, everyone felt their bodies tremble. It was as if their past, present, and future had been completely seen through. It was too terrifying. Even Ancient God and Feng Xian, who had already reached the Tao evolution's realm, felt a strong pressure when Yi Tianzong, Feng Xian, and Feng Xian's gazes swept over them. The stronger they were, the more they could feel how terrifying and unfathomable Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Shen Yu were. Ancient God and Feng Xian couldn't help but sigh bitterly in their hearts. Every time they met, they felt that the gap between them and the Heavenly Emperor and Heavenly Empress was getting bigger and bigger. They were already working very hard in their cultivation, but they felt that if they were walking step by step in the Tao evolution's realm, then the Heavenly Emperor and Heavenly Empress were running at extreme speed, pulling them further and further away. They clearly felt that if they really fought, any one of the Heavenly Emperor and Heavenly Empress could easily suppress the two of them. This made them unable to raise the confidence to catch up. There are many chaos seas in the boundless primal chaos spacetime. These chaos seas are like islands floating in the boundless primal chaos void. The numerous chaos seas and the boundless primal chaos void are ruled by the eternal supreme, great Tao of the heavens. Outside the boundless primal chaos spacetime is an eternally silent void. In the void, spacetime, fate, laws, and the great Tao don't exist. However, the devouring Tao evil spirits condensed from the power of the void are constantly eroding the boundless primal chaos spacetime. The birth of the primal chaos, heavenly domain in each chaos, will suffer a tribulation from the devouring Tao evil spirits. The weakest devouring Tao evil spirit is equivalent to the god fiends of the heavens. If it survives, the primal chaos heavenly domain will be born. If it fails, 30% of the chaos sea's origin will be devoured, and it will need to go through hundreds of primal chaos reincarnation tribulations to slowly recover. Fortunately, we successfully survived the devouring Tao evil spirit tribulation 9 great Tao epochs ago, and the primal chaos heavenly domain was successfully born. Yi Tianzong paused here to allow everyone to digest the shock in their hearts after hearing the secret of the primal chaos. After hearing Yi Tianzong's words, only some peak god fiends who had experienced the devouring Tao evil spirit tribulation and were still alive knew that it was thanks to the Imperial Emperor and Empress that they were able to survive the tribulation. Yi Tianzong continued, "The evolved form of the primal chaos heavenly domain is the primal chaos heavenly domain. After the primal chaos heavenly domain is born, it has the responsibility of helping the eternal supreme, great Tao of the heavens share the threat from the devouring Tao evil spirits. Every primal chaos heavenly domain will have 9 great Tao epochs to slowly accumulate its foundation and strength. After 9 epochs, devouring Tao evil spirits will appear near the primal chaos heavenly domain and attack it. Formed from the power of the void, Devouring Tao, evil spirits have no emotions and can devour all tangible and intangible forces and substances. They exist to destroy and devour. They are extremely dangerous and difficult to destroy. Only a sufficiently powerful spirit force can weaken the devouring Tao evil spirits. The Eternal Supreme, Great Tao in the unseen world has already given instructions. Devouring Tao evil spirits will appear in another 500 primal chaos, heavenly domains. No one knows the exact number and strength. Prepare yourselves. Yi Tianzong's voice was neither hurried nor slow, but the content made everyone tremble in fear. All beings Skynet stored information about the devouring Tao evil spirits. There were even images of the battle with the devouring Tao evil spirits. Therefore, any expert in the great perfection, supreme, heavenly venerate realm had the authority to view the information about the devouring Tao evil spirits. Most of the people in transcendent heavenly palace knew about the terror of the devouring Tao evil spirits. It was because of this that they were terrified. The faces of the all heavens gods and devils turned gloomy. This was the worst news they had ever heard. Ancient gods said gravely, Heavenly Emperor, will devouring Tao evil spirits appear at that time? Of course, during the tribulation of the devouring Tao evil spirits, the Empress and I had been suppressing our realms even after breaking through to the Tao evolution realm because once our realms were exposed, devouring Tao evil spirits would appear. At that time, we weren't a match for them. Chapter 537. Yi Tianzong's indifferent words struck everyone's mind. The devouring Tao evil spirits are endless. As long as the chaos heavenly domain exists and the eternal supreme, great Tao of the all heavens exists, the devouring Tao evil spirits will always appear. What we need to do is to survive the war against the devourer Tao evil spirit. Feng Xian bowed slightly and said, Emperor, may I ask what you mean by the power of the mind that can cause intrinsic harm to the devourer Tao evil spirit? Yi Tianzong continued, the devourer Tao evil spirit is condensed from the power of nothingness. It can switch between reality and illusion at will. The real state is not difficult to deal with, but the illusory state is difficult to deal with. I rose from the middle thousand world and comprehended the power of the mind between life and death. After a long time, I gradually perfected the power of the mind and created the Tao of the mind. The mind is limitless and can be real or illusory. When you cultivate it to a magical state, you can easily create and destroy worlds with a thought. The Tao of the heart is divided into 9 realms. The first realm is the spiritual movement realm. The second realm is the heart spring realm. The third realm is the heart lake realm. The fourth realm is the de-sieging realm. The fourth realm is the heartsea realm. The fifth realm is the profound heart realm. The sixth realm is the mind spirit realm. The seventh realm is the heart realm. The eighth realm is the Tao of the heart realm. And the ninth realm is the heart origin realm. The first realm is spiritual movement, which is Yi Tianzong imparted the Tao of the mind he created to everyone in transcendent heavenly palace in detail. Listening to Yi Tianzong's explanation of each realm of the Tao of the mind, everyone was intoxicated. An incomparably bright path to the heavens unfolded before their eyes. The Tao of the mind is endless. As long as you dare to think, there will be no end to the cultivation of the mind. The power of the heart realm can pose a threat to the devourer Tao evil spirit. It has a restraining effect on the devourer Tao evil spirit. There are still 500 chaos epochs left. Prepare as soon as possible. I have already imparted the Tao of the mind to you. How far you can go will depend on your own fortune. Although the devouring Tao evil spirit was the mortal enemy of all living beings in the boundless universe, once it was destroyed, the remaining void essence would transform into Tao essence that was of great use to gods and demons in the universe, as well as the chaos celestial realm. I hope that one of you will be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with us. In the future, the chaos heavenly realm will still be under your protection. I and the Empress of Heaven can only guard the Chaos Heavenly Realm for another 20 great Tao epochs at most. After that, we will have to go to the void battlefield outside the infinite heavens. In that place, all the Tao evolvers and tribulation reversers experts born in the boundless primal chaos space-time are resisting the powerful Tao devouring evil spirit, the Heavenly Empress, and I can't stay here for long. Whether the primal chaos heavenly domain can survive forever depends on you. If there's nothing else, then leave. You don't have much time left. Yi Tianzong's majestic voice echoed throughout Wushang Heavenly Palace. Thank you for your teachings, Heavenly Emperor. We will take our leave. Everyone left Wushang Heavenly Palace with their own thoughts and hurriedly returned to their respective places. The Tao of the mind passed down by Yi Tianzong gradually spread throughout the chaos heavenly realm through the universal Skynet. At the same time, the news of the devouring Tao evil spirit descending after 500 chaos epochs spread throughout beyond eternity heaven. Time continued to move forward as one chaos epoch after another quietly passed by as the chaos heavenly realm prepared anxiously. 100 chaos epochs passed, 200 chaos epochs passed, and 500 chaos epochs also passed slowly. An invisible, intangible, and formless space-time passageway that only Tao evolvers could sense descended, followed by devouring Tao evil spirits that represented annihilation and nothingness. Led by 4 Tao evolvers, a total of 604 devouring Tao evil spirits descended in the chaotic void near the Chaos Heavenly Realm. The Chaos Heavenly Realm's side had been waiting for a long time. Under the leadership of Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xinyu, 5 Tao evolvers and 640 god fiends, an unprecedented chaotic battle broke out near the Chaos Heavenly Realm. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xinyu each fought a devouring Tao evil spirit, while the ancient god and Fengxian fought a devouring Tao evil spirit together. The rest of the god fiends also fought the devouring Tao evil spirits. Yi Tianzong, Fengxian, and Fengxian had used the Supreme Immortal Realm in the Immortal Mansion as a cultivation accelerator in the past 9 epochs. The 3 of them had walked a relatively long path in the Tao Evolver Realm. If the Tao Evolver Realm was divided into early, mid, late, and peak, then after 9 epochs, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xinyu had already reached the late Tao Evolver Realm. In contrast, the ancient god and Fengxian were still lingering in the early Tao Evolver Realm. Epochs after epochs passed in the battle with the devouring Tao evil spirits. Experts constantly fell in the Chaos Heavenly Realm, but experts were also constantly born. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xinyu were like eternal supreme rulers, standing at the peak of the Chaos Heavenly Realm. More than 100 devouring Tao evil spirits had died at the hands of the 3 of them, with the help of the Tao origin transformed from nothingness energy. The 3 of them were constantly advancing, slowly advancing towards the peak of the late Tao Evolver Realm. Below the 3 of them were the ancient god and Fengxian. In the battle with the devouring Tao evil spirits, the 2 of them had narrowly escaped death several times. If it weren't for their diligent cultivation of the Tao of Heart and Yi Tianzong's group of 3 taking care of them, the 2 of them might have already fallen. A large number of devouring Tao evil spirits had fallen, causing the Chaos Heavenly Realm to grow even stronger. After 15 epochs, Yi Haoren, Yi Haoyun, Yi Xianqin, and Yi Tianyu had successfully broken through and stepped into the Tao Evolver Realm, becoming existences above the gods and devils of the heavens. After that, Yi Haoren, Yi Haoyun, Yi Xianqin, and Yi Tianyu broke through to the Tao Evolver Realm one after another. Yi Tianzong was also relieved of some of the burden in his heart. He no longer needed to worry about his family's situation after leaving. Even if 4 Tao evolvers couldn't dominate the Chaos Heavenly Realm, they were definitely more than enough to protect themselves. In a flash, 5 epochs had passed. During this time, Yi Yuanshan had also broken through to the Tao Evolver Realm. At this time, there were a total of 10 Tao Evolvers in the Chaos Heavenly Realm, 12 half-step Tao Evolvers, and more than 930 gods and devils of the heavens. In the past 20 great Tao epochs, the chaotic heavenly domain had been constantly expanding. Even the size of the chaotic heavenly domain had expanded by about a fifth. Yi Tianzong left all kinds of powerful weapons, forbidden weapons, array discs, Tao talismans, and other things that he couldn't use to Yi Haoran and the others. Then he communicated with the Chaos Heavenly Realm's great Tao will, and the three of them left behind an incarnation that they had condensed over a long period of time. The incarnations left behind by Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu had already merged with the Chaos Heavenly Realm's great Tao will. After the three of them left, they would replace the three of them to oversee the Heavenly Emperor and Heavenly Empress for 10 epochs. When the new talents reached the peak, they would give up the position of Heavenly Emperor and Heavenly Empress. Under the gazes of many experts in the Chaos Heavenly Realm, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Shanyu soared into the sky, their bodies shining with boundless divine light of the great Tao. Amidst a great momentum, the three of them disappeared from the Chaos Heavenly Realm. After traveling through an incomparably distant space-time, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu arrived at their destination, the Eternal Supreme True World. The Eternal Supreme True World was a supreme true world that stood above the primal chaos sea and was directly governed by the Eternal Supreme Great Tao. The supreme experts born in the Sea of Chaos, the Chaos Heavenly Realm, the Chaos Heavenly Realm, and the Tao Domain's secret realms in the chaotic void would all eventually ascend to the Eternal Supreme True World. The Eternal Supreme True World was incomparably vast. Even 10,000 seas of chaos added together were not as vast as the Eternal Supreme True World. It was also the strongest base camp to resist the devouring Tao evil spirit. In the Eternal Supreme True World, the weakest experts were at the level of gods and devils. Only existences at the Tao evolution realm could dominate a region. Only existences at the calamity-defying realm stood at the peak. When Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu ascended to the Eternal Supreme True World, they caused quite a commotion. The Eternal Supreme True World wasn't a peaceful place. Everyone had an incomparable thirst for power. If the three of them hadn't displayed the might of a Tao Evolver, it would have been difficult for them to leave the crowd that was growing larger and larger. The Eternal Supreme True World was divided into Tao Domain, Xian Domain, and Ancient Domain. Tao Domain was the broadest concept. The True World was divided into a total of 36 Tao Domains. Under each Tao Domain were 100 Xian Domains, and under each Xian Domain were 100 Ancient Domains. The Eternal Supreme True World was a place where the strong were respected, but it was not a place where the law of the jungle prevailed, because in the face of the endless devouring Tao evil spirit, everyone knew that they could only survive if they worked together. In this place, as long as you were strong, you would be able to get people to flock around you. Any schemes and tricks were just nonsense. The devouring Tao evil spirit was an eternal divine mountain that pressed down on all the experts of the Eternal Supreme True World. Even if they worked together, they might not necessarily be able to survive. In this dangerous true world, if they schemed against this and that, it would be fine if they were not discovered. But once they were discovered, they would suffer a fate worse than death. The situation in the Eternal Supreme True World was somewhat beyond the expectations of Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu. Although they knew about the existence of the Eternal Supreme True World from the inheritance, they did not know about the situation in the True World. However, this was also good. In the Eternal Supreme True World, the Tao charm of the Eternal Supreme Great Tao filled the True World. Cultivating in such an incomparably powerful world was far easier than cultivating in the lower realms' primal chaos, heavenly domain, or primal chaos ocean. Today's update will end tomorrow. Chapter 538. When one reached the level of a Tao Evolver, aside from spending an endless amount of time to slowly increase their strength by comprehending the eternal supreme great Tao. The only effective way to increase their strength was to obtain the Tao essence. And the most effective and direct way to obtain the Tao essence was to kill the Tao-devouring evil spirits. Great Tao epics passed one after another. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu were in the eternal supreme true world, comprehending the eternal supreme great Tao wholeheartedly. At the same time, they were fighting against the Tao-devouring evil spirits with all the other true world experts. The endless void outside the eternal supreme true world was the void battlefield. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu relied on their strength as late-stage Tao evolvers to quickly gain a foothold in the true world. In the countless battles against the Tao-devouring evil spirits, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu relied on their incomparably powerful spiritual strength to always be able to kill their way out of the encirclement of the Tao-devouring evil spirits. They caused quite a lot of damage to the Tao-devouring evil spirits and quickly stood out in the void battlefield, making a name for themselves. As Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu fought difficult battles again and again, the number of Tao-devouring evil spirits they killed increased, and the amount of Tao essence they obtained also increased. Their strength and realms increased rapidly. At the same time, the three of them also did their best to save many gods, devils, and Tao evolvers. After a total of 5 great Tao epics, their strength and realms increased to the peak of the late-stage Tao evolver realm, and they gathered more than 500 people under their command. There were 15 Tao evolution realm Tao lords among them, and the rest were God-fiend realm experts. For this reason, after discussing with Ling Xinyue and Xinyu, Yi Tianzong once again established the boundless Tao Palace in the eternal supreme true world. After establishing the boundless Tao Palace, after a long period of observation, Yi Tianzong gradually imparted the Tao of the heart to the people of the boundless Tao Palace. As time passed, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu led the Heaven's Expanse Tao Palace members to the Nihility battlefield to fend off the devouring Tao evil spirit. As the Tao of the heart grew stronger, all the experts of the Heaven's Expanse Tao Palace were able to fight the devouring Tao evil spirits with greater ease. They killed more and more devouring Tao evil spirits, and their strength grew faster and faster. The battle records of the vast expanse Tao Palace were becoming more and more outstanding, and the number of people helping them was also increasing. The number of people joining the vast expanse Tao Palace was also becoming stronger and stronger. After the 20th Great Tao Epoch, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu had already reached the peak of the Tao evolution realm. They had some fame in the entire origin world, and they commanded 63 Tao evolution realm Tao masters and over 4,700 gods and devils under their command. In the origin world, the Heaven's Expanse Tao Palace had already become a powerful force that dominated a region, and it controlled a vast area of 6 ancient regions. While Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu were cultivating and fighting in the eternal supreme true world, more than 20 great Tao epochs had passed since Yi Tianzong and the other 2 had ascended in the primal chaos heavenly domain. After Yi Tianzong and the other 2 had left, a new child of destiny had quickly risen in the primal chaos heavenly domain, Dao Xian. Dao Xian was born on a barren planet in the central ancient world. However, due to his exceptional talent, he slowly walked out of the barren planet, experienced countless battles, and joined a powerful sect in the ancient world. Since then, Dao Xian had begun his journey to rise. In 10,000 years, with his powerful foundation, he had reached the 7th level of the eternal life realm with 49 types of laws of heaven and earth. Then, in 500,000 years, he had broken through to the 8th level of the eternal life realm. And in 5 million years, he had broken through to the 9th level of the eternal life realm, which was the ancient seeking celestial realm. In 100 million years, he had broken through to become a supreme heavenly venerate. In one heavenly Tao epoch, he had broken through to become a supreme heavenly venerate with 200 types of laws of heaven and earth. After 20 primal chaos epochs, he had broken through to the gods and devils realm with a foundation of 2,000 types of laws of heaven and earth. After 9 great Tao epochs, he had broken through to the Tao evolution realm. Because Tao Xian had obtained the inheritance that Yi Tianzong had left behind in the primal chaos heavenly domain, he could be considered Yi Tianzong's successor. In the end, with the support of the Haoran divine sect, Tao Xian had finally ascended to the position of Heavenly Emperor. However, his Tao companion had not ascended to the position of Heavenly Empress, because the position of Heavenly Emperor and Heavenly Empress required strength in the Tao evolution realm. Tao Xian could only confer the title of Heavenly Concubine to his Tao companion. After she had broken through to the Tao evolution realm, she would ascend to the position of Heavenly Empress. Although it wasn't perfect, the ascension of an Heavenly Emperor was of great significance to the primal chaos heavenly domain. In the battle against the devouring Tao evil spirit, the primal chaos heavenly domain had become more orderly. Before Tao Xian had matured, it wasn't that no one had wanted to ascend to the position of Heavenly Emperor, but they weren't qualified. The most qualified ones were Yi Haoran and the others. However, they had kept in mind Yi Tianzong's instructions and had never touched the position of Heavenly Emperor. They had firmly guarded the Haoran divine sect. As for Ancient God and Fengxian, they were also aware of the significance of the position of Heavenly Emperor and Heavenly Empress, as well as the immeasurable karmic pressure that they had to bear. Therefore, they had also kept a respectful distance from the position of Heavenly Emperor. After all, they were already Heavenly Emperors, second only to the Heavenly Emperor. They didn't want to cause too much trouble for themselves and would rather use their free time to improve their strength. Tao Xian ascended to the position of Heavenly Emperor. Although his strength and prestige weren't as good as Yi Tianzong's, and he could only control 10% of the primal chaos heavenly domain's authority, he was able to restore the primal chaos heavenly domain from its initial defeat to a stalemate in the battle against the devouring Tao evil spirit. Time continued to pass. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu had already spent 100 great Tao epochs in the eternal supreme true world. Yi Tianzong, Xinyu, and Xinyu had already reached the peak of the Tao evolution's realm. Their cultivation of the Tao of the heart had also progressed a long way in the heart realm. After another 100 great Tao epochs, Yi Tianzong had passed the first stage, the life and death Tao calamity, and was the first to break through to the calamity-defying realm. After passing the test, he became the successor of the Immortal Mansion and had full control of the Immortal Mansion. The calamity-defying realm was above the Tao evolution's realm. Every time they passed the life and death Tao calamity, their strength and great Tao would increase in all aspects. They were the peak almighties of the eternal supreme true world. Yi Tianzong had broken through to the calamity-defying realm, and the Heaven's Expanse Tao Palace had also become an overlord force in the eternal supreme true world. In the following 50 great Tao epochs, Ling Xinyue and Xinyu had also broken through to the calamity-defying realm, and the Heaven's Expanse Tao Palace's territory covered the entire Xian domain. The journey to the peak of the great Tao continued unswervingly, and the battle against the devouring Tao evil spirit was endless. It had been 3,600 great Tao epochs since Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu had ascended to the eternal supreme true world. In such a long time, with the cultivation experience of the creator of the Immortal Mansion, the Supreme Mystic Venerable as a reference, Yi Tianzong had passed through 7 life and death Tao calamities like a hot knife through butter, reaching the 7th stage of the calamity-defying realm. Ling Xinyue and Xinyu had each passed through 6 life and death Tao calamities, reaching the 6th stage of the calamity-defying realm. The 3 of them were now considered super experts in the entire eternal supreme true world, and their fame had spread throughout the true world. In the lower realm's chaotic heavenly domain, There were dozens of Tao Evolution's realm experts like Yi Haoren, Yi Haoyun, Dao Xian, Gu Shen, and Feng Xian, who had been born in the thousands of great Tao epics, who had ascended to the eternal supreme true world one after another. With Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu establishing the boundless Tao Palace in the eternal supreme true world, the Tao Evolution's realm experts who had ascended from the chaotic heavenly domain naturally had the best place to go. In the blink of an eye, 16,000 great Tao epics had passed. The boundless Tao Palace had now grown to become one of the top forces in the eternal supreme true world, ruling over 3 Tao domains and other incomparably vast regions. There were gods, devils, Tao evolutions, and even calamity-defying realm experts who had died in battle against the devouring Tao evil spirit, and new members were constantly joining the boundless Tao Palace. However, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu had always existed for eternity, becoming the greatest foundation and pillars of the boundless Tao Palace. Now, Yi Tianzong had experienced 20,000 great Tao epics of cultivation and had passed 12 life and death Tao calamities. His realm had risen to the 12th calamity-defying stage, and he was one of the 5 strongest calamity-defying almighties in the eternal supreme true world. Ling Xinyue and Shen Yu were 1 level lower in strength, and they were now at the 11th calamity-defying stage. Of course, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Shen Yu were not the only calamity-defying stage existences in the boundless Tao Palace. Apart from the 3 of them, there were more than 10 calamity-defying stage existences. There were 13 life and death Tao calamities in the calamity-defying stage, and the last one was called the Void Calamity. This last life and death Tao calamity was not only the backlash from the eternal supreme great Tao of the heavens, but also the calamity from the void. In the history of the eternal supreme true world, only 2 or 3 people had passed through the final life and death calamity, and Venerate Wu Xian was the only person to have passed through the void calamity of life and death in the last 500,000 great Tao epics. Unfortunately, although Xian Zun had passed through the void calamity, his whereabouts were unknown, and no one knew what had happened to Xian Zun. However, Yi Tianzong, who had obtained all the legacies, knew that Xian Zun had only been 1 step away from comprehending the true essence of the transformation between existence and non-existence, but in the end he had been wiped out by some kind of unstoppable force. Yi Tianzong did not know what that unstoppable force was, but he had obtained some vague information from Xianling, who was in charge of operating the Immortal Mansion. Yi Tianzong guessed that Xianling had been besieged and killed by a large number of Tao-devouring evil spirits of the same level. Time flowed endlessly, and Yi Tianzong stayed at the 12th calamity-defying stage for 100,000 great Tao epics. After 100,000 great Tao epics, Ling Xinyue and Xinyu had caught up and reached the 12th calamity-defying stage. At the same time, the 3 of them had cultivated their Tao of Heart to the late stage of the 8th level, the Tao of Heart Realm. The Tao of Heart Realm was the peak of the growth and evolution of the Tao of Heart Realm. It interfered with reality and reflected the boundless heavens and nothingness. With a single thought, one could open up a boundless area of chaos and nothingness in the heavens. It crossed the calamity-defying stage and the indestructible, primordial stage, and its peak was equivalent to the eternal supreme great Tao of the heavens. The 3 of them had cultivated their Tao of Heart to the late stage of the 8th level, the Tao of Heart Realm, which was roughly the same as their 12th calamity-defying stage. After another 10,000 great Tao epics, Yi Tianzong used his incomparably deep foundation and sharpness of the great Tao to support his limitless and almost omnipotent Tao of heart strength to finally break through the obstruction of the void calamity and successfully break through to the 13th calamity-defying stage, becoming the strongest expert in the supreme true world. When Yi Tianzong reached the 13th calamity-defying stage, it immediately caused a stir in the entire eternal supreme true world. All the almighty calamity-defying stage experts of the true world went to the heavens' expanse Tao Palace to celebrate. Yi Tianzong did not hide it and spread his Tao of heart throughout the entire eternal supreme true world. He also explained some information about the void calamity-defying stage to the almighty calamity-defying stage experts. 20,000 great Tao epochs after Yi Tianzong broke through, Ling Xinyue and Shan Yu broke through one after another and passed through the void calamity-defying stage, successfully reaching the 13th calamity-defying stage. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu had all broken through to the 13th calamity-defying stage. This had never happened before in the endless, eternal, supreme, true world, and it would never happen again in the future. After breaking through to the 13th calamity-defying stage, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu all had a vague premonition. An indescribable sense of urgency urged them to quickly increase their strength and break through to the next realm. Otherwise, they would face certain death. At that moment, the three of them finally understood why the supreme mystic venerate had fallen. The 13th calamity-defying stage was the last step before breaking through to the indestructible, primordial beginning. Invincible, great, true God, immortal, omniscient, omnipotent, and omniscient were not enough to describe even a millionth of its supreme power. Even the devouring Tao evil spirits in the void battlefield outside the eternal supreme true world no longer posed a threat to the three of them. This was because there were no devouring Tao evil spirits in the void battlefield that were comparable to the 13th calamity-defying stage. However, just because there were no devouring Tao evil spirits in the void battlefield did not mean that there were none in the eternal and silent void. In the eternally silent void, there were countless existences of Tao, like the endless chaotic spacetimes in the universe. They were also the threads of life in the void. These strands of life were the tiniest specks of dust when compared to the infinite and infinite eternal nothingness, and were even tinier when compared to the infinite and infinite chaos of the universe. Breaking through from the 13th calamity-defying stage to the indestructible, primordial beginning was a leap from an existence under Tao to the level of Tao. In other words, it was the process of jumping from an illusion to a real existence. One would definitely be crushed by the entire void. Only those at the level of Tao could exist in the eternally silent void. Only those at the level of Tao could have the meaning of existence in the void. In the eternally silent void, there was no concept, matter, power, and so on. All concepts, matter, power, living beings, realms, and so on only had the possibility and meaning of existence after the existence of Tao. Once one reached the 13th calamity-defying stage, one had to comprehend the true essence and secrets of the transformation between Tao and Tao. Only then could one break through to the indestructible, primordial beginning. However, there was a limit to how long one could comprehend the true essence of the transformation between Tao and Tao in the 13th calamity-defying stage. If one could not comprehend the true essence of the transformation between Tao and break through to the indestructible, primordial beginning, then the power of annihilation from the void would mercilessly wipe out Yi Tianzong and the other two. It was no wonder why the supreme mystic sovereign had created the immortal mansion, because he could not break through to the indestructible, primordial beginning within 100,000 calamity-defying primordial beginning. He had left behind his legacy in advance. After learning all the secrets, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Shenyu finally made a decision after a long period of consideration. They would give up their bodies and give up all the power they had taken from the great Tao of eternity, returning it to the great Tao of eternity. In the next 100 calamity-defying stage, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu traversed the entire great Tao of eternity, collecting all the treasures, materials, techniques, and abilities that caught their eye. All the things they had collected were placed in the immortal mansion, and the three of them began to refine the immortal mansion. After preparing their respective legacies, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Shen Yu shattered their bodies and primordial spirits, leaving only their true spirits behind. After their true spirits merged into the boundless mind realm, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Shen Yu felt that they had reached the end of the calamity-defying stage. No matter what, they would not be able to comprehend the true essence of the transformation between Dao and Dao within 100,000 calamity-defying stage. They might as well shatter everything, completely severing all the karmic connections with the great Dao of eternity and only comprehending the mind realm. After shattering everything and leaving only their true spirits to cultivate the mind realm, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Shen Yu no longer had that sense of urgency, nor were they shackled or restrained. They were incomparably relaxed and free. 10,000 calamity-defying stage passed, and then another 10,000 calamity-defying stage passed. As Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Shen Yu cultivated silently, 1,000,000 calamity-defying stage passed. On this day, an aura that was eternally inextinguishable without beginning or end, limitless, omnipotent, and incomparably real washed through the entire eternal true world, as well as the endless nothingness. An incomparably real figure of Yi Tianzong was reflected in everyone's hearts. Eternally inextinguishable beginning. Without any reason or warning, this concept appeared in everyone's hearts. Everyone in the eternal scar, supreme, true world was excited. Eternally inextinguishable beginning was a realm that all living beings had deduced. It was an existence on the same level as the great Tao of eternity. However, since ancient times, no living being had ever been able to reach such a realm in the endless great Tao epochs. Even the existences who had reached the 13 calamity-defying stages would disappear without a trace. All the living beings in the eternal supreme true world were in despair. They all believed that it was impossible for any living being to reach such a level. However, all their despair and doubts disappeared at that moment. Everyone only looked at the incomparably real figure with reverence, worship, and excitement. Even though a long time had passed, all the calamity-defying realm experts in the eternal supreme true world, as well as many Tao evolutions and fiend gods in the eternal supreme true world, recognized the figure of the master of the heavenly expanse Tao Palace. Yi Tianzong's Tao of the Heart had already reached the peak of the Tao of the Heart realm, reaching the same level as the great Tao of eternity. With his Tao of the Heart, he had reached the realm of eternally inextinguishable beginning. After reaching eternally inextinguishable beginning, Yi Tianzong finally understood why the 13 calamity-defying stages couldn't break through to eternally inextinguishable beginning. Previously, the so-called understanding of the true essence of transformation could allow one to break through to eternally inextinguishable beginning was completely wrong. The true essence of transformation wasn't something that eternally inextinguishable beginning could reach. It was a realm that surpassed eternally inextinguishable beginning, creating something out of nothing. The Tao and eternally inextinguishable beginning were just things. They only represented things and existed passively in nothingness, with the possibility of being annihilated by nothingness at any time. The transformation involved both things and nothingness. To be able to change between things and nothingness was an even more unfathomable supreme realm. It was similar to the 9th realm of the Tao of the Heart that Yi Tianzong had deduced the Heart Origin realm. Both were realms that surpassed eternally inextinguishable beginning. The only way to break through from the 13 calamity-defying stages to eternally inextinguishable beginning was to devour the great Tao of eternity and replace it. It was no wonder that no living being could break through to eternally inextinguishable beginning. The Tao of the Heart didn't have such limitations. As long as one dared to think about it, they could continue to break through and become an existence like eternally inextinguishable beginning without any hindrance. The only drawback was that it required too much time. At that time, if one wanted to, They could use the power of nothingness to reconstruct their body and primordial spirit. In the 200,000 Great Tao epochs, after Yi Tianzong had used the Tao of the heart to become eternally inextinguishable beginning, Ling Xinyue and Xinyu had also broken through to eternally inextinguishable beginning and understood all the mysteries. The eternal supreme, true world was in an uproar. 3 eternally inextinguishable beginning that had never appeared in the past epochs had actually appeared one after another. This completely overturned everyone's understanding. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu had already become things, existences like eternally inextinguishable beginning. With a single thought, they told everyone in the heavens' expanse Tao Palace and all the calamity-defying realm almighties in the supreme true world about the secrets of breaking through to eternally inextinguishable beginning. Knowing was one thing, but being able to make a breakthrough was another matter altogether. In any case, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu were no longer connected to anything in the eternal supreme, true world. Yi Haoren, Yi Haoyun, and the others were under the protection of the spirit force barrier cast by Yi Tianzong, Xinyu, and Xinyu. No one could pose a threat to them. After staying for another 1,000,000 Great Tao epochs, there was still no one who could become an existence like eternally inextinguishable beginning. However, there were already several powerhouses in the 13 calamity-defying realms who had shattered everything, leaving only their true spirits behind to enter a deep state of mind cultivation. Perhaps after another 1,000,000 Great Tao epochs, or even several million Great Tao epochs, an existence like eternally inextinguishable beginning would be born. In the process of cultivation, Yi Haoren, Yi Haoyun, and the others had also shattered everything in the end and entered the cultivation of the Tao of the heart. Without any worries, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyue, and Xinyu finally left the eternal supreme great Tao that they had been born from and explored the depths of the eternal supreme true world. After an endless number of epochs, in an unknown place in the void, 3 incomparably real figures looked up at the void. We have reached the end of the heart source void realm. Let's transcend. The other 2 graceful figures, whose faces could not be seen, clearly nodded when they heard that. Then invisible, undetectable, and indescribable ripples rippled in the void, and the 3 figures disappeared into the eternal supreme true world. In the void, all tangible and intangible existences and concepts did not exist. In the middle of a sparkling light spot, if one looked carefully, it was an endless primordial chaos. The primordial chaos shattered and evolved into endless primordial chaos, and then countless living beings appeared. A plain-looking young man, lying in a pool of blood with a determined expression, was shot by a mysterious ray of light and disappeared from the world.